Welcome to the verdict room. Pull up a seat. We're seeking the truth. Dropping in week after week. Yeah. Last 24, lay it out on the table. True crime experts peeling back every angle. Looking for answers, real exact. Pin the timeline, track by track. Wrongs telling tales, she keeps us in line. Every little detail, every tiny sign. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe. Coffee on the counter, new case, same day. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Hey! Typically unique, but the method is clean. Red string on the board, map out every scene. Replay the last call, rewind the last text. If it don't add up, they on to what's next. Side eyes, alibis, tear them apart. Trail through the dark with a flashlight heart. Bronx on the story, keeping pace on the track. Every minute, every motive, never holding it back. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Week after week, you know the sea's still warm. Cold case heat brewing up in the storm. From the Bronx to the booth, they connect every clue. When the hammer hits the wood, you know the verdict is you. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They drop the gavel one last time and the truth keeps pulling you back. Yeah.
Yo.
What's happening?
Hi, everybody.
What is going on?
Is there an echo?
I
There
think
was.
I think we're good at the moment, but we know what's up. It was the same.
I'm sorry it took so.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry it took so long, guys, for us to go live. We're just having some technical issues with some sound problems that hopefully we will get worked out throughout this. We'll make it work either way. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all so very much, as does Miss Kim, Miss Logan, and Mr. Mike. It is great to see you all. Missed everybody.
Yes. Carlos is looking stunning.
Yes, we're going to be joined tonight by Mr. Unique from Typically
Yes,
Unique.
he's very unique, Joey.
Carlos.
He went on a new diet, and well, there it is, guys. That's what happens now.
That's what happens when you go to the racetrack.
Ophelia is the seat warmer.
Yes, yes. So Carlos will be joining us here soon, which is Miss Kim's husband, Carlos, the other part of Typically Unique. They started off with. So I'm excited for this. It's going to be a lot of fun. Carlos, by the way, for those of you that don't realize or know, has an opposing opinion than most of us in here do, and he's very for good reason, and he's very logical with it, and probably the best person for us to speak to, which is why I wanted to do this, so that we could have somebody that has an opposing opinion and have a normal conversation without anybody attacking each other. So I'm excited for this, truly and honestly.
And you got to think, him and Kim just had a wedding anniversary, and they're both still alive after their battles.
29 years, that's what it was, I think.
Yeah, I'm the one that usually gets heated because I feel like all of you that I see so much, and I'm like, I see that comment all the time, like, how can they not see what we're seeing? And he'll explain it. He'll explain it, and then to me, it's the evidence that they're not turning over, that we can't see, that keeps this debate going. That's what keeps it going.
Absolutely, I agree with that. That's really all that's missing. I fully agree with you.
Yeah.
And real quick, I'm gonna everybody else mute real quick, and let's see if we can let Logan say something real fast.
Oh, son
Go
of a
ahead.
biscuit.
Good.
Go ahead.
I'm having technical issues. Sorry, guys. I don't know what it is, but apparently my sound is causing an echo, but I'm not sure why because we were okay last night. I'm still trying to figure it out.
I don't hear it now. Now I do. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I
we're
just want
sorry.
to. We're gonna work through this the best we can, you guys. She wasn't coming through at first,
Yeah, it was glitchy.
and it's saying she's on a delay too. That's weird.
Oh my God! Did you go to Boise?
I got your joke. I got your joke. It's an hour difference, you guys. Her sound's on an hour delay.
My name is Jeff.
But welcome to the verdict room, everybody.
Yes. 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 I don't understand. It's gonna drive me nuts. Okay, there it goes. They're saying I'm echoing now. We went through this, guys. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
No, if Logan stays muted, the rest of us don't echo. And then when she wants to talk, she just has to unmute. That's it.
And then we'll mute.
Yeah.
She's thought, well, we'll figure
Because
this
when
out.
we did that, Logan, you sounded great. When
Yeah.
you unmuted and we muted and you spoke, there wasn't an echo. So it's just.
It's not echoing now because I have her muted right now. And as soon as we unmute her, then the echo starts again.
Check the flux capacitor.
That's why there's no echo right now. Watch, you guys. Watch. Okay, now we're back. No, she doesn't have the headphones.
I don't have anything plugged in.
Great Scott!
Literally nothing.
I think what they're asking for is if you had headphones, then it might eliminate the echo. Used to do that with me when I didn't use headphones. All right. 2,100 gigawatts. And there it goes. Nope. They're saying extra tab open. We've checked everything.
Oh yeah. We didn't spend 46 minutes back there.
Yeah, I promise you. Everything's checked. It makes no sense.
As long as it's okay with everybody watching, we're just going to try to do it this way.
Look at that.
Do it the
Bronx
best we
is on
can.
the couch. Let's go.
I see Bronxy.
A
So
redhead and a Latino. I smell passion.
there's definitely another
That was a
frequency
good
that's
one.
around that's breaking in. She might have her earbuds or something. She doesn't have any earbuds, but another frequency that's cut on her Bluetooth or something's cut on. Do you have anything else, Logan, in the background that's on that runs on Bluetooth?
Dago,
Nope.
I just did this yesterday.
What?
Ooh, someone said Lana had an echo issue today too. She has been having sound issues too.
Yeah,
I think it's that trash StreamYard upgrade.
it might be. It
I'm
might
telling
be.
you. I bet you if you were to open the StreamYard in Microsoft Edge, a different browser than what everything else is in, I bet you it wouldn't echo.
That used to be my problem was whatever my browser was, and I had to go from one browser to another.
That's why I don't play.
I
Nope.
just stick with Chrome and I'm good. Yep, Jen's right. It's the damn feds.
It's like your favorite socks, you just keep wearing them.
Yes. So, like I told you guys, we're going to be joined tonight by Mr. Carlos, Miss Kim's husband. The other part of Typically Unique. So I think it's going to be a great show to have these conversations. And I'm sure you guys have questions. I know I have questions. My biggest thing is I want to understand why Carlos has the feelings and thoughts that he does as compared to the reason why I have mine, and see what in the middle might be there that we could meet on to make us see it both ways, possibly. So that's the whole feeling here with why we're doing this, in my opinion, at least. Let me see. What's wrong?
Yeah. So even what sounds weird, like even if you keep this StreamYard on the same browser and just even if you have a Google or anything else open, it doesn't matter. It's strange. So if you wanted to try that, that may just close out another browser. You don't got to share windows. Like
Yeah,
any tabs with browsers open. So like if you got like another Google or whatever, what do you use? Google? Yeah. So any other tab of Google that's open, just shut it. I know it sounds dumb, but it's got an audio. We'll just say, oh, all right. It's so glitchy. I'm just gonna shut up. Oh,
We're ready when you are.
Yes.
All right. Let's do it. We'll find out, Pedro. We will find out. So we are going to be joined by Mr. Carlos now, I do believe. Whenever you're ready, Miss Kim.
Oh,
and there he is. Welcome.
Hello.
Sir.
I'm going to say, bud, that's a heck of a change up from your fill-in.
Yeah, yeah. A little bit taller.
Hey.
Yeah.
Welcome, sir. Grateful to have you here with us tonight.
I'm happy to be on, actually.
Yes. I was it 2 weeks ago? We had a different guest, and I was sitting here thinking about different things, and I seen people in the chat talking about this. And I said, you know what? We need to have somebody to join us that has an opposing opinion from what we have. Yeah. And there's nobody out here that I trust enough to come in here to have an adult conversation that would not come in and say, you're stupid, you're that, all the fun things they like to say, that we could have that conversation with.
Yeah.
And you know what, bud? It's been a minute since you've had a battle with the missus on this.
It has been.
Gonna say.
Well, we'll be here to protect you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
We live together,
Yeah,
exactly.
I was going to say, I hope y'all sleep well tonight.
Yes. So that everybody can understand, for those of you that aren't familiar, Typically Unique's channel started off with these two doing shows together. Very good shows. And if you guys go back, of course, we're going to need to drop Kim's link in here. But if you go back when she's done many things, she did her walk and talk stuff. She did her and Carlos shows together. Very interesting shows, very great conversations between the two of them, which is how I started watching her. And then she just moved forward. So go back and watch some of her older shows. And there's some really interesting conversations and reasons why. We're going to get into that tonight here, I think, because that's the whole point with this. So what, if I can ask, everybody knows where Kim came from with this, Carlos, but what got your interest and brought your mind into this case in the very beginning, sir, if I can ask you?
Yeah, it was literally day one. I think we saw the news flash that there was a college murder in Idaho. I think there was some, I'd like to say some Sasquatch grainy footage from back then that we saw, and we immediately got into, because we're true crime buffs to begin with.
Yeah.
So this was right up our alley, right? We've always talked about and debated true crime, and this one kind of hit home. Probably one of the reasons was, I think they initially said, it was very early on, that 911 was not called until 8 hours later.
Right.
And we latched onto that. Like, what are they thinking?
Right.
How could that be possible? And what's going on in that house? And it piqued our interest immediately. So we were on this from day one, at least her and I, right? We were doing the podcast, personal stuff at the time, stories. But we weren't really talking about this until
I looked it up. We started our podcast in April of 2023, and it was personal stories, with our journey with our son. And then May of 2024 is when I was like, we have to start talking about this case. Because we were talking about it every day anyways.
Right.
Yeah.
From the beginning, just not on the show.
Can I focus on something here for a minute, Carlos?
Sure.
He did say we started on this case after it took 8 hours to call 911, and this man still professionally is speaking his opinion on something that may not go along with that.
Well, I will say, let me preface by saying that I know where Kim stands, so I'm clear, and I've heard and seen a lot from her side. And I've told her, and we've done some spot podcasts here and there together. And I said, I'm one good piece of information away from swinging my leg over the fence.
Hey,
But I haven't seen it yet. So if you four could bring me that last piece, kudos
so
to you.
us four are going to put you into euphoria.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So
I mean,
I'm close, but we're not quite there yet.
It's all right, bud.
I've been trying, you guys.
we're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. I mean, I sat on the fence for 3 years. Whether, and it wasn't that I wasn't sure. It was, he could still be guilty, but I don't know, so on and so forth. And then about 8 months ago, no, I just fell off the fence and crawled over to the Brian's innocent side, and that's where I've been sitting because I can't. We'll talk about it, but I can't. I can't.
It's
So,
tough.
yeah,
There's a
It is
lot.
hard. It's hard because let me be honest with everybody in here, including you, sir. I wanted Brian to be the one. I wanted Brian to be the one because it would have made everybody's life easier. It would have made things make sense. And I just let it be him. I was waiting for the car to show up like a petri dish, and everything's in there. And I'm okay. There it is. He did it. We're done. Let's move on. And it didn't happen. And that's when everything went nuts. So
That
know,
is the moment. For
You know
me.
what? Some shit that showed up
The moment
in the
with
petri
car.
dish. Hey, Carlos, you know what showed up in the petri dish recently? I think it was some shit. Ray. What a mess, huh? I don't know.
what did
Well-
you say, Kim?
Well, hold on one second.
Go ahead.
When
Go ahead,
Paul
Carlos.
was talking about the car.
Yeah.
That was,
Planted.
I mean, everybody in the community was kind of on the same path until that car came back with nothing in it. And then that's when the communities split.
Yeah.
Completely split. Yes.
Mhm.
Did you guys know actually that there is blood DNA found in Bryan Kohberger's car? However, it's under a seat and it's his very own blood. So there's no way for him to clean out victims' blood but have his own blood still in there.
I heard you say that the other day. Where did you read that at?
This
It's
is wild.
in
not echoing right
one
now.
of the new expert reports.
Oh, I haven't made my way through all of them yet.
Leah
There's
Larkin.
a lot of goodies in there.
Was it in the
So-
Leah Larkin report?
It might have been Larkin. It might have been Nodal as well.
So,
No, I read Larkin. It wasn't in there.
Then it's Nodal. It's
You know
got to be
what's
Nodal.
wild?
There's so many good things in there.
Ooh.
why is it? Because Dago's echo. She's not. I'm echoing. I
So
don't know. This
we
is all
see
weird.
that as evidence of him not cleaning. But how do you see that?
So my thought is, respectfully, of course, is that he probably had some Dexter moments. And he could have easily done something prior to getting into his car or prepped his car so nothing could transfer
Plastic.
into his car. Now that spot of blood could have been there weeks before the murder happened, and it was still there when they tested it after, weeks after he was finally found out. So as I see that there is issues with there not being blood in there and finding just his, so he didn't clean up as maybe they say he did, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I personally think from the time he walked out of the door to the time he got into the car, he had some type of bag or something that he took everything off and then got into the car, especially
kill
booties.
kit.
Yeah,
But-
that's it.
How then could he get it off of? I mean, he's not going to get every speck off like the brake pedal, and like it gets in there. My opinion just is that you can't get every speck of victim's blood, especially with a crime like this. So I'm thinking like brake pedal, rear view mirror, things like that we don't normally think
Well,
of.
My problem with it wasn't even blood that I was expecting. I was expecting Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee's or Ethan's hairs to show up possibly in there somewhere. You know what I mean? Skin cells, anything, because when they do that vacuum that they do, they'll run, that vacuuming over. They test everything that comes out of those the cylinder, I believe it's called,
Yeah,
and then they
that
run it under a
cylinder shape
microscope.
thing.
Yeah, they
Triangle.
test everything. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, but and none of it, nothing. I was expecting anything. I
Yeah.
really swear to God, I wanted something to be coming out of that car, and nothing came out of that car. I don't understand that. So
I think when
that
I
was
saw
the first thing.
the U-Haul truck show up there, I don't think they had an MVAC.
Right.
So I envision now, again, I don't know, but you know, we have to lend a little bit of speculation on both of our sides, right? I think that, you know, there are some things that I can speculate based on some of the evidence that we've seen. And, you know, I
Of
guess
course.
as a guilter, maybe I'm speculating a little bit, my own personal opinion, but I almost envision him having kind of a suit where he unzips it.
A Tyvek suit.
Yep, he unzips his suit. He takes this off. He takes off the mask, the booties, shoes, whatever, and he folds it inside out where all the blood's on the outside. He folds this inside out, you know, and then it goes into some type of bag that's on the outside of the car. And that's how I see him getting into the car and not transferring anything into the car outside of there being a cleaning. I never really thought that there was a cleaning that could go on. Just exactly what you know, London is saying is that Logan, I'm sorry, Logan is saying is that something's going to get stuck in a nook or cranny somewhere. So it's almost like you can't bring anything into the car, and that was my speculation.
No, and it makes sense.
He drove with his arm out the window. Where's the bag?
Here we go.
What does he do with the bag?
Well, the
Here we go.
bag's not contaminated. The bag's
But you
not.
said out of the car.
Yeah, so the bag is sitting on the outside of the car. When he comes out, he takes everything off.
But when he gets in the car to drive away, where does the bag go?
The bag can go in the car because it's zipped up.
Oh, okay. He just does that all out.
Oh, go ahead, Logan. Go ahead.
But Dylan didn't say that she saw a man with a suit or anything like that. It was just a guy dressed in black.
Right.
Hey,
Right. So that's where I'm kind of lending my personal.
Yeah.
How did he get out of this outfit before he got into the car? Because I would assume that his gloves and cast off would be on him somewhere.
I guess, Carlos, it was all those. That's why he made all those circles around the house, right? Maybe he's probably just dropping stuff off and planning, right?
No, I think there was some casing going on. I kind of believe that whoever was driving that white car, and let's not call it Bryan Kohberger or the Elantra, but whoever was driving that white car was driving around casing the area, whether it was PK or
whoever
alternative suspect. Somebody was casing that. For them to arrive and then leave at the time of the speculated murder seems to be like whoever was in that vehicle probably had something to do with this. So I again, and it doesn't have to be Bryan Kohberger, it doesn't have to be his particular
right,
car, but those things fit. And whoever was driving around prior to that was probably looking and casing the joint.
You know, and with them saying that, and like I guess the side of the fence that we're on, I mean, that's a good point. Like the car that's circling. Okay, number one, you didn't forget something at home that many times. Number two, the hours, who's going to do it? Okay. Number three, not everybody's like Molly and can't find these addresses. And it's just, okay. I'll end at that.
We have a police report. It's Moscow Police Department report number 10, and it's Tesdal's report.
Yeah.
And he says that because they were on that party patrol that night, right? The undercover cops. And he gives the exact like routes and times and everything. And they were circling that neighborhood up until like I want to say 2:55. And that's where he saw the Banfield boys. And then they were with the Banfield boys until 3:25. They're with him for a half an hour, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know if I have the times right.
You're close. Yeah.
So yeah, and that was that's one of, I don't know.
I mean, that could look like a Ford Fusion, and they're similar. So
we don't even see the undercover car on camera like we're supposed to. Based on the reports and stuff like that, we don't even see that vehicle like we're supposed to be seeing it. So here's my other thing. We have to throw this into the perspective a little bit. If you believe this, and I have a tendency to believe this only based on things I've seen, is I believe there's video manipulation done. Okay, there has been video manipulation done. If you I saw Kim's face and I saw her look at you, so that must mean you maybe don't believe in that, and that's okay. I fully respect your thoughts, sir. I will not. I promise you, we can disagree and shake hands at the same time. I truly do.
this
And
is the
believe me,
time
I
where you
don't want
step
to
on the
believe
toe.
that there was manipulation done because I don't like to look at that and go, they did this, this, and this, and then you think like, how could they do that? But there's been a couple creators that have found a couple of the videos that they line up perfectly at completely different times. It's the same video playing side by side. We've had other creators that have FOIA'd audio and video. We get a video that is sent out. Jules, I'm sure you've heard Kim talk about Jules. She got a video that was the audio was muted on it. There was different things that it seemed to be manipulated. The 911 call seems like it was manipulated. Again, I don't want to believe that this stuff happens, but at some point, what else is there? What else could make this happen the way it does? You know what I mean?
Yes. And do I think that's possible? Absolutely. I also know that pretty early on, well before any of videos dropped officially
Right.
from law enforcement, there was a lot of manipulation done on videos in the community.
Oh yeah. Don't get me wrong. You are correct. Yes, sir.
So so I see, again, that's why I'm a little closer to the middle on this, because I'm seeing it from both sides. Is that there were, I think, people trying to push maybe a little bit of an agenda that would kind of help if we just
for sure
tweak something here and there. And then it has law enforcement kind of pushed a narrative and make evidence fit, so you get clips of a video and other things on that video could maybe steer you away, but we don't want you to see that. We want you to see, the important parts. So I see it from both sides. That's why I'm stuck a little closer here in the middle.
No, I got it. I got you. And I'm curious. That's why we're doing this again. I'm really curious. And maybe, who knows, guys? Maybe by the end of this show today, Mr. Carlos will have me sitting on his side of things. So we don't know. We don't know. But it was requested that I show you this video, Carlos.
Yes.
And then we're gonna send something on the video manipulation, because I think you'll see a camera outside of the whites here.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple people that asked if you had seen this. This was done by another creator that we call Mark B. He's done quite a bit on this case as well. He's actually on our show a couple weeks back, and they wanted me to show this to you. It's not real long at all, and it has to do with basically what you were kind of talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and run this real fast.
Yep.
You guys want me to stop it, play it back, whatever, let me know, and I will do that.
Thud, then minutes later, a car heard speeding away. From the 4:17 a.m. thud heard on the neighbor's cam to suspect's car leaving at 4:20 a.m., that's 3 minutes to get to his car without leaving a trace. I just sped up some scenes from a video I posted a while back. IDAHO4 kill kit included. The video begins inside the sliding glass door seconds after suspect crosses paths with Dylan. There's no sound to this clip. Just view the action, then I'll be back with much more on the time frame. Here's the clip.
That's what Cyrus said he did with the canvas.
I thought that's what you might be talking about. You hear this okay, Logan? See everything okay? All right, cool. The biggest thing with this that's killing me right now is the time.
Wouldn't Dylan have said that the person she saw had a onesie on though?
Oh my.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, he looked like a firefighter.
Oh, well, don't forget the one that was naked.
She would have said it looked like a parachute.
Like, oh my God, Kim.
But I don't know because I was so drunk.
Oh,
I think
jeez.
I saw this.
You know, but why I was so awake for some of this, I don't know. Because typically when I drink heavy, and it's on the weekends, I sleep so deep.
And I think I dreamed it too.
Can I look at my phone?
I'll have to apologize right out of the gate, Carlos, because we've heard everything she's ever said, and none of us can handle it anymore. It's so bad now.
Like, what time is it anyways? Can I just go home?
Like.
So I was at my house and
Is this really Mark B doing this?
I don't know who's doing it, but somebody's doing it. But he
Oh
recorded
my
it.
God,
hey,
that was great if it was.
I don't,
Look at him.
jeez.
This is great.
What if he had gotten pulled over on the way there?
Right.
Hey,
Yeah. Look at the flash.
if that, oh my goodness, is this
He's got
Mark?
I never saw this before. Oh my
This
God.
kicks ass, Mark. If this is, holy shit.
Yeah, this is a good job.
Oh my God.
Again, look at the time this takes.
I hope he takes a selfie. That would just do
I'm
it.
surprised he didn't take a shower.
Take a selfie. His drive staff thing is wrapped.
Okay, we are back. Let's start with, this is where the Linda Lane camera is right here. Because in this next video clip, we're going to hear the car taking off from right here. This here's King Road House. According to PCA, where he most likely parked right back here. And the reason I'm showing you this is so you can see Linda Lane camera right here picking up the sound that's coming through this parking lot. It's a direct shot. So let's listen to this 4-second clip. It'll start at 4:20:04 and go to 4:20:07, just 3 seconds. Listen carefully. Here we go. So I think he's taken off from here going down here. And he came down this way, and this is 1112 where the camera was. So he was seen a little bit past that on his way out. And this is probably approximately 10 seconds or so from right when he took off at 4:20:04 to 07. It probably took him 4 seconds to get in the car, close the door, put key in ignition, start car, shift into gear, step on gas from 4:17 a.m. thud to 4:20 to his car. 3 minutes exactly. Now I'll show you a map. Here's Linda Lane camera house right here. And this is where the suspect's car was parked, supposedly. He just took off at 4:20:04. And then as you can see, to get right here, which is kind of in line with behind here on Walenta,
Is there any way to turn this up? Sorry.
2 minutes to get there.
I think Mark's kind of soft spoken, but I think let me double check. I have that turned all the way up, Logan.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear it very well.
Again, he's kind of soft spoken. I'm sorry. Yeah, everything's turned up over here.
But he's speeding away. So here he is at 4:20:04. 1 minute and 14 seconds later, he's around here where the sound begins. We'll listen to a video shortly. So that's actually a total of 1 minute and 18 seconds from the time he steps on the gas to get here, which makes sense because this is an uphill and it's a direct sound right down to Linda Lane right here. And then he's going to continue up here and then go on Ridge Road this way so you keep hearing the sound. So now I'm going to play, and right about 1 to 3 seconds, you'll start to hear how loud it gets. Now keep in mind, it was 4:20:04. This 4:21:18 where the sound begins. 1 minute and 14 seconds later. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's all we need to hear. So this is a picture I took behind 1122 King Road, the parking lot that I showed you where he was parked. My car's parked directly behind this picture. Right here is a sliding glass door, and right above it is the upstairs deck, which is about 10 feet above their ground, almost equal to where I'm standing. From the sliding glass door coming this way, which is the way he most likely came, according to police. I actually saw an investigator in the backyard, a video a while back, and he was someplace in this area here, looking at the hillside. These leaves are about 5 inches thick. The brush, the leaves and branches are very thick. So you come out of the door and you walk about maybe 15 feet, and it's approximately 49 feet from the sliding glass door to his car. So 15 from 49 is 34 feet. So you got a good 25 feet of hillside, and it is very, very steep here. I've seen it very, very steep, the kind of steep where you're walking up and you can lose your balance a little bit and you have to use one of your hands to keep standing up, where you have to do some bushwhacking and carry the bundle of evidence and not let any branches stick through it. Okay, I did measurements from Xana's bedroom, right there, coming down the living room, walking this direction by Dylan, and then coming here into the kitchen by the sliding door where he got undressed right there, 48 feet. And I did a test, how long it would take at a normal pace, and it takes 13 seconds. Oh, here's the sliding glass door, the backyard, the steep hill up 49 feet to the car area. I calculated that would take approximately 43 seconds because that hillside truly is steep. And the video clip that I showed, that I did a few months back, as quick as the pace was, that took 3 minutes and 5 seconds. So the total is 4 minutes and 1 second. But remember, he only had exactly 3 minutes to get from the thud in Xana's room to his car. This is an extra minute and 1 second in length. The level of planning and preparation needed to pull this off at this quick of a pace is Mission Impossible CIA levels. What doesn't fit is someone this highly trained would also be driving around an apartment 4 times, incomplete turns in front of a house, and doing 3-point turns in front of a camera. Based on the PCA, BK could not have been inside the house that night or morning. Impossible time frame. Let me know what you think.
All right. Thank you again, Mark B. Great video. For those of you that have not yet subscribed to Mark B, please do. I'm sure one of the mods will put the link in the chat.
That was an experiment.
Yeah. And 1 minute, I'm trying to pull something. Thank you, SRB, for sending that to us.
I think it's so odd that they can't.
Okay, Mike, I got that.
I don't
Go ahead.
know if I guess it really doesn't matter other than them saying they got their guy, but with, the DNA. But I just think it's interesting they can't produce any kind of paperwork on how did they actually get to Bryan Kohberger.
Well, and my other problem is they served a warrant on his apartment, his office, of course, his parents' house. They went through and they found no DNA anywhere, and any of his drains, his bedroom, his living room, his office. Anything Bryan Kohberger owned had nothing to do with, like, there was not a hair, a speck of anything found anywhere. So there again, along with the car, it always bothered me. Like, how do you do this? You know what I mean?
So back to that video, his point was, according to the PCA and the times that the police gave, he's like, you would have to be pulling off an exact science to meet those times without any errors. And he's saying that it's impossible to do that according to the car on camera.
Yeah. It's for
Is that
what his point was?
I believe so.
Okay. What do you think?
Well,
don't worry what you think, sir. Say it how it is.
Yeah,
we're good with it.
Send it.
all right. So we were talking in the pre-setup, I think, when Mike first came on about racing, right? And Mike, when I raced, I wore a one-piece.
Yeah. The fire.
So you're probably familiar, okay?
Yes, sir.
When the race was over and I got out of the car and I wanted to get out of the track, because I finished well behind where I wanted to, I was out of that suit and into my civilian clothes in less than 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds.
That's
I was
hot.
looking at him unzipping that thing and I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
You got the hood on, the fire hood and all that. Yeah,
all that stuff, my Nomax, everything.
Yeah.
So I
have the difference is the killer's trying not to fling blood everywhere.
Well, does it matter if it's outside?
Oh, because you think he did it outside.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Just
leaving evidence, then
there's blood inside. There's blood inside.
I will say there was another theory floating around that I can't remember where we got it at, but it may have even come from Mr. Gonzalez himself, that there was a tub that he brought with him, and he stepped into the tub, undressed everything down into the tub, closed it up, put it in the car, and left. So I've heard these things, and I don't know. I think I don't even know how to say what I'm trying to say, but go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to be goofy.
Can I ask you guys a question? So
yeah,
because I think we're talking a little bit about the car and the area. So do you feel like whoever was in that car had something to do with this, or they were just bad luck area? What individually, I'd like each one of you to tell me that car going around the neighborhood.
We'll let Logan go first.
Yeah, Logan, you go first.
Yes, ma'am, you got it.
What's going on around the neighborhood?
Oh, hold on. I think we may have figured out what's going on with her. Can you hear us?
It's caught up now.
All right, you're caught up now. Go ahead.
You wanted to know what we thought about the car going around the neighborhood?
Do you think the person that was in that car had something to do with the murder, the car that was going around the neighborhood?
I think it's possible, yeah. I think it's possible the person in the car had something to do with the murder, whether they were a lookout or the getaway car, but I don't necessarily think the car is a white Elantra.
Mm-hmm.
I have a tendency to agree with her.
Yeah, and I guess like what I had rolled out earlier, like how many people are really going to go around there that many times for number one, but I guess where I roll it back to is, and part of why there's so many like gaps in certain things, or like say like we got a timeline, or they're anything they put on paperwork. It's like, oh shit, it's 2 months later. We might want to document this. But in saying that, I feel like that they took that video, and I feel there's more video. But they took this one stellar video that was from a bullshit light bulb cam, which I really want to know. We talked about this, I think, last weekend. This SD card. There's no way that light bulb cam has an SD card. But anyways, there was stuff going on around there, and then they fit, as weird as this sounds, Carlos, I know this is left field, but they then fit a person to this. I mean, look how they magically dropped in that first picture of that Elantra. I mean, what were they doing over there anyways, and getting that surveillance from there? They couldn't even get the video surveillance from the Jack in the Box, where one of the victims supposedly ordered the food that was circled around the investigation.
Well, they claim they don't have cameras at Jack in the Box, which I don't believe either. But
what I thought maybe was interesting,
they had them, but they weren't working.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Right.
Wink, wink. Another coincidence, you guys.
I had wondered if in some of these FOIAs, did they bury that footage under the name of the LLC that owns the Jack in a Box? So it's not going to say Jack in a Box, but it's going to be LLC. Is that what it's under? Because like all these McDonald's is around here
that could be.
I work with people. It's like, it's Ronco Inc. or I don't know. But anyways, I'm done.
Good point, Mike.
Yeah. I guess what I was asking is, the car itself, and I'm not saying it's an Elantra. I'm not saying it's Bryan Kohberger's car. I'm just saying that is probably the most suspicious thing that was caught on camera outside. Now, there were other suspicious things like Kim likes to bring up to me all the time. There's a guy coming out of the woods or something, and there's a dude next to the garbage can with a light, and he picks up something. Some dude gets picked up in a car and says, hey, we did it, or I don't know. So there are other...
That's it, it's done.
That's it, it's done.
That's it, it's done. The dumpster car,
so other suspicious things, but to me, that seems like the most suspicious thing in that area during that time.
Well,
I think
no,
the road
I don't.
With the
Yeah, I don't know if you saw everything. There's a vehicle that pulls up to the middle of the intersection, parks. There's a guy that's walking around. Beforehand, he walks down the road, walks around the house, not 1112, but the house next to that one. Walks around behind the house, comes up beside the 118, I think it is, right, Kim? Is it 1118?
I don't know the address, but it's the one we call Shark Tank. So
That's
like
it.
Murder house.
I'm good.
Yeah. And then he walks up alongside that house where the windows are. He walks out back over. He walks over to that vehicle that's stopped in the middle of the intersection, stops and talks to him. They do some kind of an interaction, and then he walks on down the road. And it's like, what the hell? And meanwhile, there's another car down the road. You can see the blinkers are on flashing. And I don't know if it belongs to the guy that just walked around the house here, whatever he was doing. But there's little things like that going on all night long around this, right there in front of the house. Plus what Kim's talking about, what she told you with the guy down by the dumpster on Linda Lane, gets in and says it's whatever, I can't remember. But all of those things going on. And then we have this vehicle that we see coming and going, which they tell us is one vehicle, turns around. It's not that same vehicle. It's another vehicle. I don't know what to think with all this. But they've never been able to prove that the vehicle we see driving around that night, the one we're discussing here, belonged to Bryan Christopher Kohberger. Right. It doesn't have the same body style based on what we could see. The video was so grainy, and this is what I don't understand, okay? We have FBI on this case. We have Homeland Security on this case. We have very high-level agencies working this case.
But, so let's roll that back, though.
Go ahead.
You got to think back to the Delphi case, and to take it to Carlos, the FBI came in after. So why was the FBI here first?
Well, the FBI was involved right away. Okay, so that being said, you would think that the video that we're getting would be a lot less grainy, a lot less light polluted, for lack of better terms. But it is like the lighting polluted the video. It almost looks, and again, I know this should bring a smile to your face. It looks like it's manipulated, sir, on purpose. Like, like they did it on purpose so that you can't see it. And I don't want to think that way, but I'll be damned if I can't help myself, because FBI, Homeland Security, whoever's involved in this, these guys should be able to clean these videos up to the point where we should be able to see who's driving the damn car. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They have that software, but we don't get that. We get really bad video. That's just horrible. Pieces are missing. It's muted, stuff like that. And that's my biggest problem. But the car itself, I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you right out front. I've never believed in a vehicle. I never believed that there's a vehicle involved in this. I think the people were on foot. The people, multiple, and that they may have been dropped off by somebody there, and then they left on foot out of the back of the house, up the hill, down the stairs, out back, all that. You know what I mean? Something like that. But I don't believe there was a vehicle that sat there with the perpetrator or perpetrators in it the whole time, is my opinion.
There's plenty of trails in between those houses. Like when Carmick went through there, it's crazy the amount of trails and stuff that goes in between those things.
Yeah, well, the stairwell in the back of the house itself is enough for me to be a good escape route. You know what I mean?
If you look at that and you go, huh, and this is just, throwing something at the wall and hoping it sticks, you go, wow, huh, all the video we see is you wouldn't see any of these trails. So they would have eliminated anything that would even have showed it if people were using those. Just a personal opinion.
And in your belief, Dago, how many people you think were involved in the actual crime itself?
I believe in total, I think 3 to 4. Possibly maybe somebody else on the outside, but I think there was in total people inside and out. There could have been 3 to 4. I'll even throw another person in there possibly, but mostly 3 to 4.
Okay.
Carlos, do you think Bryan Kohberger did it by himself, or did he have help, or was there a group with him, or how do you think he's involved?
I think he's the lone perpetrator. Yes. Yep. I know that's not popular, but yes, I think he's.
I mean, I should.
I like it. Yeah.
Of why we think it's more than one. Like
Sure.
Because like there's been a progression of this
Many.
with us, right? Like
Yes.
little things of why it didn't seem like one person. But now that we have these expert reports, like you were referring to, Logan, like we are seeing some of the hard evidence now. And I think you know it best, Logan, with the wounds and the knives. You want to explain some of that stuff?
Yeah, sure. I'll make it as quick as I possibly can. There's so much evidence, especially in these expert reports, kind of debunking a lot of the state's theories with the very same pictures, information, whatever you have. So when it comes to the wounds, there are several issues within the wounds themselves, as the wounds do not show one same knife pattern repeatedly. It's showing at least 2, possibly even 3 different knife patterns, so different weapons. Then we have the blunt force injuries, which would be a separate blunt force weapon or object. And then there is something that was pressed against Kaylee's mouth now, and it left a bruise. So whether that's a different weapon, I'm not so sure, but that could be another weapon. I don't really add it in there just because it's one wound, but some do. So those are the wounds and the shapes of the wounds. Then we have like the knife sheath left behind, which has, don't quote me and somebody tell me if I'm wrong, I believe it was 167 skin cells of Bryan Kohberger, which is nothing pretty much. To put it in perspective, we shed 50 million skin cells per day. So this was 167, if I'm correct. I think it was very close to that, though.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, which is less than 1 ng, and I'm pretty sure it's nanogram. So that would be equivalent to not somebody who touched it with their own hand or handled the knife sheath with their own hands. that would be equivalent to a secondary transfer, or just somebody shedding skin cells in the same room as that object, simply, is how it couldn't get on there. Then with the knife sheath, we have a blood mixture of an unknown male and Maddie and Kaylee, the two victims. However, it doesn't match to Bryan Kohberger. We also have a bloody fingerprint in the victim's blood that was tested against everybody, and it is not Bryan Kohberger's fingerprint.
Is that on the sliding door?
It's L5, yeah.
Yeah, L5 on the
The protected area.
And
Yeah.
not to mention there were 5 weapon profiles that they came up with. At least 5 weapon profiles. So, I mean, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I am at the same time. Unless Bryan is an octopus, what are you going to do with 5 different weapons? You know what I mean? And that's part of our biggest problem with why we think that there's multiple people. That's one reason. Not to mention there's a few other things. But was there more that you had to speak on, Logan?
Well, I wanted to add one.
Yeah.
We have an echo again.
Go ahead.
One big thing was the no transfer of blood between the rooms. So nothing from the upstairs if it's one person going down to the room. That was a big one.
Which is very hard to in my opinion, would be very hard to do. With one weapon, no transfer from victim to victim is almost impossible. I can't see, the time is already so limited. I can't imagine somebody doing what they did, then taking the time to clean that off, and then go back to another person, and then clean that off and go to, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense time-wise, for one. But
what was the final, because it changed so many times, I've lost track. What was the last final amount of time we think you spent in the house? Anybody know?
Do you remember that? Because I don't even remember the new time they gave us.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly why he took that selfie the next day, because he was so proud, Kim.
Maybe 7 or 8.
Gotcha, Carlos.
I did it in 7 minutes.
Right.
All
Which
right.
they prove that means nothing now, that selfie. The investigators themselves have all come forth and backpedaled on half of the stuff that's been stated in this. So go ahead. What you were going to say. I'm sorry.
I mean, backpedaling. I mean, the expert witnesses are even backpedaling.
Wow, that's a whole different scenario. But yeah, that's, I guess from what Kim was saying, that's where we're at as far as the injuries, the weapon, like I said, 5 different weapon profiles. It just doesn't make sense. Plus, not to mention, I think, if I'm correct, it stated at one point in the document that Ethan and Xana were killed simultaneously at the same time. Kaylee and Maddie, there's just too many things that point to multiple people, including the fact that many of the people within the investigation said that they do believe themselves that there were multiple people possibly. It's been brought up a lot. So the one perpetrator theory I've never believed, but I really am struggling even more with it now with all the newer stuff that has come out, I should say.
I think he's ready to let loose and debate us.
I want to hear what he has to say.
One thing we've been talking a lot about lately is the footprints, no bloody footprints.
Oh, right. Go ahead, Logan.
There is also unknown male DNA on the handrail mixed with victims' blood. I mean, it's all over the place. I did learn a couple things in the expert reports this past week, and one of those is that all of us think there's diluted blood. Well, we know there's diluted blood on the half wall in the house because that's what we've been told this whole time. Come to find out, there's actually diluted blood above Ethan's head as well. So it's in other places in the house. We just weren't told. The other big banger that I found out this week is there was a pink and green jacket that was said to be a belonging of Dylan's. And that pink and green jacket was shoved in the spare bedroom in like a bucket looking thing, like a tote bucket thing. And it was all collected and given back to Dylan. And then the defense said, wait, we need that back because it hasn't been tested or anything. We'd like it back. So when The officer went and got the jacket to bring it back to Moscow. He doused it in like Blue Star, some type of thing that shouldn't have even gone on fabric. So he ruined it. But the presumptive test for blood for that jacket came back positive prior to it being ruined. And the prints that were on the jacket are 2 separate bloody shoe prints. And that's what I learned this week. We didn't know they were shoe prints before. And that's how the blood got on there.
So this whole diluted blood by Ethan, where is that in reference to they took drywall out of that room, right?
Mm-hmm. They never tested the blood. They don't even know if it's Ethan's blood above his head or not. Never tested it.
The drywall that was taken, was that close to that?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
And again, that's another problem is all this stuff, all the blood and everything that has not been tested for whatever reason, we don't know. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. I don't know.
Okay.
They decided to take it's just
so
part of the investigation.
what do you think at this point with that stuff? Knowing that stuff, which I don't know if you knew it already or not, but just what we're speaking on, Carlos.
Well, I will say you threw a lot at me. You started with perps on foot.
He's trying to leg up now.
Diluted blood over Ethan's head. So,
yeah,
we have a lot.
Yeah, I understand. Kim bombards me sometimes too, and I
get it.
I say,
my
okay,
apologies.
let's go one at a time. So, because a lot of that I can give credence to, right? I understand that, especially the last thing you said, because it's freshest in my mind.
Yeah.
If there's diluted blood above Ethan's head, would I have want that to have been tested? That's probably the last cast off of, this crime that had happened. At least how I see it happening. To me, that's important. I would want, maybe to be there a little bit more energy kind of around that, and maybe how this whole thing started and how it ended. I think you have to bookend that. So to me, Logan, I think that that's a pretty big piece of evidence that I would have liked to have had a lot more energy around. But I do want to kind of go back to the beginning of where we left off, which was the perps on foot.
That's fine, and my apologies. Yes, absolutely.
No worries. So again, I'm sure there's some of that. I don't think that everybody caught on camera that night, and there's I've seen a few folks was in that area for nefarious reasons. It was just kind of the normalcy of that neighborhood and a college town and all that. I just personally can't get past the fact that unless I think, and this is what I wanted to come back to you guys with a little bit, have we agreed on the time of death? Do we believe it's happened at around this 4:20 time frame? I know there's a lot of energy around the 2 o'clock time frame, at least when that video came out and all the screams and everything. So where do you, because me and Kim talk about this all the time, and she was a 2 o'clocker for a while, and I think she's kind of back to the 4 o'clock. What's your thought process? Because that'll help with people on foot and what the police were doing in the area, and that car kind of traveling around would make a little bit more sense to me, and where you're at in this. What's your thoughts on that?
I really struggle with the 4 to 4:20 time slot for the murders then. I think, like you brought up, the screams and the different things that have happened throughout the case that we found out around the 2 o'clock hour period of time is very hard to get past.
Mm-hmm.
This is my opinion personally. So I do believe it happened or started. Let me put it this way. I think whatever happened started around 2:50 something is when everything may have started. I don't believe that it ended at that time. I think it could have. I think they were tortured for a while too, Carlos. I've said that.
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately. But I think it started around that when Maddie and Kaylee's phones seemed to have gone dark. Okay. They were never active again after that. And I think whatever happened started then. And it may have ended around the 4 something time for the night. Okay. Those are my feelings on it. Now, Logan, Mikey, and I know Kim has some thoughts too. I guess
you can go first.
Yeah, go ahead, Logan, with your thoughts on that feeling about the time, you know what I mean? Sorry.
I think I'm on the fence with the timing. I feel like it should be more cut and clear. It's just not, but the whole case really isn't either. I do think that scream at 2:26 sounds horrific. And we know there was a crime that night, so my mind just naturally places whatever is going on with that sound as being part of the crime. So I can't help but say that I do think something was going on at 2:26. Then we've got Kaylee and Maddie's phones that stop or go dark at the exact same time at 2:54. And then after that, it seems like more things just keep happening. Dylan's on the phone. We don't know where Xana and Ethan are, this and that. We've got blood over at the Whites. We've got Xana's broken bracelet over there as well. So something happened over there before they apparently came home at 1 something in the morning. Then we've got all this stuff that happens around 3-ish, then 4. I mean, so yeah, I do think this crime took much longer, and the time frame is somewhere between 2 and 4-ish. I do believe that the cleanup started at about 5, or I call it the cleanup. It could have been anything. It could have just been removing bags. It could have been washing clothes. It could have been anything. But I hear a sliding door open. Murphy goes outside. The sound of his bark changes once he goes outside. The slider closes, and then Murphy's running around the neighborhood the rest of the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I know somebody in that house let him out. So that's my time frame.
I agree with that too.
Yeah. And I do think it makes the roommates look suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Mike?
Good point.
And I guess to like fill in some slots with them is,
I'll be right back, you guys. Keep going.
Sure.
you know, there for a minute, you know, I was a stickler at, oh, there's no way it happened at 4. But if you start looking it with what continues to come out, you know, it does almost seem like there was some time where they were held up in that house before everything fully happened. Now, does that pin to exactly everything that we like hear and see on some of this stuff? Probably, maybe not to some, but at a point you got to think, and you look at so many things. It's like, just for instance, you go and look in some of these rooms. I mean, when these investigators, if they opened a door or a drawer to some of these girls' vanities or whatever was in the room, but do you really think that like just some of this stuff would just fall off the hinge, or like it almost looks like some of these rooms, everything was gone through. I don't think these investigators were taking stuff off hinges or, you know, making things look the way they did in opening up to take pictures of what was in there. It looks like it was almost ransacked, which would go back to what were they in there for? And that's why there was time in between the whole 2 to 4.
So, okay. So, I understand a lot of that, especially with the video that came out, with all the screams and everything that was going on. I mean, that was compelling to me. You know, again, remember, I'm closer to the fence than I am, you know, further away that, you know, he's guilty. So that was very interesting to me. But what I can't reconcile in my own brain, and Kim and I've had this conversation a few times, so I'd like to hear from you guys. How is it that Xana was able to move around, place an order for DoorDash, get that DoorDash, eat that DoorDash freely, because, you know, they have some of that contents in her stomach, I believe. How is that? I mean, are they saying, hey, we're going to torture you guys, but, you know, hey, you can kind of just mill around and do whatever?
This is a good one. I think we should go one by one on this one too.
So
Mhm.
so that's where I have a little problem with kind of the hostage theory or the extended period of time. So that's what I need to reconcile in my head a little bit more to kind of understand, okay, let me take this more into consideration.
I think that's one of the reasons why they won't let us know anything about Ethan and Xana.
Yeah, they
That's
gapped them
one-
out from the
one
timeline.
reasons, because there's a
Mhm.
whole lot of Taco Bell in that room.
Yeah, there sure is. I'll let somebody
Xana's
else go
been
first.
called a neat freak, right?
Mhm.
Like by the people we've heard in interviews. Like she wants things picked up.
Hey.
And I thought about that recently, and like, look at the condition of her room.
Oh my gosh, Kim, we just cleaned the weekend before.
But I mean, you talk about ransacked. I mean, that room was just trash. But back to the Taco Bell, that like, so there were stomach contents, but they didn't say it was a eaten cheeseburger, or they didn't like identify what it was. So
You can go first, Logan.
yeah, we
Mhm.
You're on mute,
You're
Logan.
muted.
Fucking. I wonder if Dago has her
Oh,
muted.
Dago might have her
Ain't
muted.
that a biscuit?
It's okay. So
So-
yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I guess where I'm at with this is, I guess the first problem is, so they want to talk about, the whole focus around this DoorDash order, which I feel like this is also goes back to, I'm going to say, Carlos, my hocus pocus thought on how they had certain things and then they had to paint things around it, which is why it took so much time and why things weren't, they put dates on things, but when they put the date on it, when was it actually put on there? But anyways, so where the hell was I going to start with this? So this DoorDash. So if they want to focus around this DoorDash. Okay. So this is like Dylan and her 4 a.m. Can we just start at 4 a.m.? So same thing with the DoorDash. They want to pin Dylan to start at 4 a.m. The DoorDash. Why do we got to start everything at that? But yet what we now know is there's so much gaps even in like these interviews of these kids of Ethan and Xana. Where were they? And it's even came up to like Ethan's phone records or whatever. There's why couldn't they get his phone records like Kaylee's? So there's things that are dropped out in this timeline that I think almost makes sense. And it's like, oh, okay. A lot of people would go, huh, whatever. They had the DNA on the knife sheath.
What wasn't there confusion about? So the DoorDash order was in Xana's name, but
Yeah.
did it come from Ethan's phone or account?
None of that has been authenticated. They
Some
can't.
screwy
They
shit.
can't say for sure, but we were told that it came off his phone.
You got to think this time of night, how many people were in that DoorDash ordering? Are they really that flunky? They would have had to been like these interviewers. If they're all drinking the same water, to be that slack to mess up this one person's order.
Well, because that's the other issue with the DoorDash is that it was placed at
Yeah.
2:15, but it wasn't picked up till
I think that was part of the timeline.
3:30.
Yeah. So I think my direct question is, if this was kind of a hostage situation, if this was a very long event starting around 2-ish and ending around 4:30-ish, how is Xana freely allowed to
We don't think she was.
move
I
about?
don't think that
We
was
don't
her.
think she did it. We think
No.
it's just their phones doing that. Anybody could have done that on their phones.
So
the perpetrators could have done
so
it.
the contents of her stomach, getting that DoorDash and eating that food, having undigested food in her stomach is.
Well, that's kind of.
It was what, within 4 hours that she ate the food or something like that?
And then, but we also.
Diego, are you back? I gotta get Logan unmuted. Oh,
Yeah.
she is.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Logan.
No, yeah, I'm good. Thank you so much to Jules Down Under for the 5 memberships. We appreciate you, love, so much. I was going to speak to the stomach contents because I do find it very interesting that Kaylee had brown liquid in her stomach, which I would think that it came from her out drinking at the bar that night. Maddie had a bright green liquid in her stomach, which I would
Stomach
think
bile.
is. I thought it was a bar drink.
Oh yeah, good. I thought it would just be bile, but that's a good call.
AKA
Yeah, just
vague
because
terms.
it's so green.
Yeah.
My mind was going to bar drink, but
Not to interrupt you, Logan.
No,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
not to interrupt you, but didn't they stop up at the Grub Trub?
Yeah, and she was the one eating all the mac and cheese in the back of homie's car that he had to clean out. So why didn't they put anything else other than that green vial BS?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, maybe she didn't eat any of it.
Or maybe these autopsy reports aren't 100.
That's a good
Well,
point.
everybody said that she was eating it though.
She was eating it, and she did have partial, like a little bit. Did she have a little bit of food in her stomach? It's been a minute since I've looked at the autopsy report.
I think there was a very small amount.
My thing is though, liquid in the stomach moves from the stomach to the intestines within 10 to 30 minutes.
Mhm.
So either they drank a green liquid when they were home, after they were home, or they were killed much earlier. It can only be one of the two, because they shouldn't have had any liquid in their stomach at all.
There was music playing.
My name is Jeff.
I do think, I mean, I would not be surprised if I found out there was a party at their house that night.
Hey,
See?
We've been saying this for how long, Kim?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even gonna like that.
You know, green liquid makes me think of a chemical or a bar shooter, like one of those glowing like bar shots. It's got to be one or the other.
Well, I was just curious if they were videotaped at the Grub Truck, right? And that was one of the first videos that came out, because I mean, all of our suspects were coming from the Grub Truck.
Yes,
early on,
yes.
right. I mean, that was.
He's
where,
trying to leg up, y'all. He's coming over the fence. He's rolling it out.
But if they would have that food in their stomach, then I could see, okay, maybe the murders happened a little bit sooner. But what, did they come home, eat that food, stayed up a little while, drank something else after that, digested that food long enough that, hey, that could have happened?
I think it's like 2 hours and this stuff happens.
They did have, I just looked, they had partially digested food fragments in their stomach, which I don't think they should have had.
Okay.
Over 2 hours later.
Right. And it does say that understanding how long it takes to digest alcohol is crucial for anyone who consumes alcoholic beverage, as it directly impacts safety, health, blah, 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 whatever that is. The human body metabolizes one more time. The human body metabolizes alcohol at a rate of a roughly 0.015% alcohol concentration per hour, meaning it takes roughly 1 hour to process one standard drink. However, the rate can vary significantly based on factors such as body weight, metabolism, gender, hydration levels, and the presence of food in stomach. So at that point, depending on what she drank, how much she drank, she did eat that, and she ate a carbohydrate, macaroni and cheese, which is like a sponge. So any alcohol that she had in her system should have been absorbed by the color of it. I don't know, but you know what I mean? The alcohol content itself. So that may have not meant anything, what I just read to you, now that I think of it. So sorry.
Hey,
I was trying to see how long it would take to absorb an alcoholic drink.
It worked out. I think it's probably about like 2 hours, and like we should have seen like what we're being told.
And see, I thought that's why I said bile at first. Did it say bright green, Logan?
No, it didn't say bright green. It said green brown. However, I think most of us know what bile looks like.
Yeah.
And the amount isn't a lot when you have bile, and bile is more of like a really light, foamy, yellowish color.
Basically, yeah. So I 100% agree with that. That it probably had something to do with the alcohol whatever, because they have those poo-poo drinks, I call them, that has a little umbrella in it that are pretty different colors, the hurricanes, whatever the hell they're called. You know what I mean?
Diabetes.
It basically, yeah. Yes.
But I mean, back to your point of what you're talking about is we have video evidence of
Yes.
Kaylee and Maddie purchasing a food item.
Mhm.
We have multiple witnesses saying, yes, they were eating the mac and cheese, and more than one person putting them up in Kaylee's room eating it. We don't have that for Xana and Ethan. We don't have that. So when you have I've told you about the DoorDash driver. When you have the person who is the DoorDasher being the DoorDasher, that's like another like red flag right at the beginning. And then we see her actions on video.
Yeah.
You can't say Xana ordered the food for sure. There's the Jack in the Box was in the kitchen. Taco Bell was in her bedroom.
So let me address that, because you and I go back and forth on this all the time with the DoorDash driver. so let's bring it to everybody. Our private discussion about this DoorDash driver.
I say all the nicknames there are for her every time we talk.
Yeah.
Round one.
So, and I'm not here to defend her. I don't know her, and
We get it.
know her history, but everything that you say about her is, she has to be a very nefarious person, right? And I come back to you and I say, look, okay, maybe she had an issue with drugs. Does that have anything to do with her eyesight? She has, because she said, I saw this woman in the window. Every time I came close to the house, this woman would pop her head up.
That means we have to believe her.
I think that was her just dumbfounding.
Yeah.
She was just a plant to do
That might
something.
not be true.
Yeah.
And everything that you say against her is like, okay, here's what she said. I can't believe it because she's a meth head. I can't believe it because she's this. I can't believe it because she's that. So let's assume for a minute that, it's hard to believe her because of all those things. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's your position. I can't believe her because of all those things. And look how she acts. And so I can't believe anything that she says. So let's take the opposite approach. Let's take her as a human being.
Well, I have to push back on that. I don't say I don't believe that. I'm saying I think differently because of what I know
about
and it's
her.
Too coincidental.
Right. So
she also lied.
Yep.
Yeah. We found that out.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's assume all the negative things about her. Okay. She is recounting what she saw that night, but we want to take into account all the negative things about her. I've given you that for the 6 months that we've talked about this. Let's assume the other side. Let's assume her as a human being saw these things, is recounting it, right? And on that, is it potentially believable? And what I'm hearing from you is absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And what I'm saying is, I think just because someone is a liar,
They
a meth
painted it.
head, had trouble with the law.
Yeah.
If you ask them a completely benign question, hey, when you were delivering this DoorDash, did you happen to see anybody in the house? Yeah, I saw this woman's head popping up and down every time I got close. Like I'd look up there and she'd drop down. I mean, why that statement?
Well, I would agree with you. I would agree with you if there were no other crazy events that have happened surrounding her and connections surrounding her. So if we were just talking about, Tony Smith, the DoorDash driver that is not connected to known drug dealers, has not been pulled over 55 million times, with the cops having to talk to her like for things like, what do they got to talk to her for? And her saying, I'm friends with the prosecutor. Like, if there weren't any of those situations, like them losing her blood, like, oh, we should be DUI testing you, but we're just going to take your blood and send it away, and it'll take 18 months before it comes back. And she'll probably be doing them a favor in the meantime, so the blood will just go away. Just all that stuff.
You know what's up? She went right past that light bulb camera with that flashlight just so she would be on camera, so they would know she was there. Yep, she's a dumbass that did that, Kim. I'm telling you, it was the. We'll recap later, Carlos.
Well, when you watch that footage of her, she's not even looking at houses.
No, she's not.
I
She's a
didn't know where
plant.
the house was. You weren't looking at any houses.
She was just waiting. I ain't even gonna get into this that far yet. There's a lot behind it. Carlos hasn't went down the road of the whole thing, right, Kim? With the A's.
Did you see her interview, Carlos? Molly?
Oh,
Who
Yeah.
she's tied to.
And that map that she kind of spelled out for them, you remember that part of it? She kind of gave them a mental map, I guess she was spelling out for them.
Oh, a mental map. Okay, yeah. I didn't see her physically writing a map. No.
No, she didn't. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
no, they did like a not
Like
a
a verbal-
hypnosis, but a
Yeah. That
like
kind of thing.
what
What do you call that, Logan? We talked about that once before.
Like she was visualizing everything she did to give them a better.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
Carlos, I think Moscow is probably about the size of Disney World, right?
Mhm.
You worked at Disney World. You'd think you would know where you're going, huh? Okay. You know, I'm just saying.
So is 1122 King Road on King Road?
It is.
Depends who you ask.
It's not.
It's not.
But wait a minute. No. When you type it into Google,
King,
it takes
Queen.
you to Queen Road. That's the initial address it takes you to. I know where you're at. I'm with you. I said the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
could
she didn't bring that up though, Carlos. All
No,
she
no, no,
brought up was
I'm not saying that she should have.
Right.
I'm saying there was a benign, what seemed to be a benign question, like,
yes.
did you pick up this order at Jack in the Box? Yes. I could believe that, even though she's a meth head and a criminal and,
Yeah.
and all this stuff, right? I could believe that answer. But when we say, did you see somebody in this house when you're delivering? Yes, I saw somebody's head pop up and down. Every time I looked or shined my light up there, they dropped down. We can't believe that because she's a meth head, a criminal. And so you see what I'm saying? That's a benign.
I get it.
Those
Yeah.
are two benign questions.
It might be true. It might not be true. I don't
It
know
could
who
be.
that would be.
Because you
It's
don't
like a Jack in a Box. That head was up and down in that window, Carlos.
I think my biggest problem with her had nothing to do with any of whether she was a meth head or not.
Yeah.
It's because she came forward and said that Bryan parked next to her
Yeah.
and that he was right there, and then she turned around and took that story back.
Yeah.
At that point, we have a problem. Do you know what I mean?
Well, and she didn't identify Bryan or a guy in a mask or anything or
how did she put it? That his car was pulled up next to hers? Or,
next to him.
But it
That's-
was
yeah.
a reddish hair, spiky hair.
no, Mike. Two different things. Two different
Oh,
things.
I am obviously always wrong.
No,
I don't
not
think-
always, but that
we
time.
we don't know what she was going to say, and I would like to find out the dates. What date
Yeah.
was she interviewed with which we have? I just don't know
Yeah.
it off the top of my head. And what date did that? Wasn't that on the Dateline or something? That came out on some special, and she said, No, it was in the police interview. I'm supposed to testify about Bryan Kohberger.
When she got pulled over and they took her to
Yes.
the barracks is when
So
she
which
said
one
that.
happened first?
I think what happened first is on the 13th, they figured out Molly was in the pin, trap, and trace, and they said, oh, shit, we got to do something with this woman.
That's what I think as well.
Okay, look. So let's repeat that one more time then, because
So-
I didn't quite get what you said.
So here's the other thing about Molly is Molly did not come forward when
No.
this quadruple homicide happened. She didn't come forward and say, hey, police, I delivered a DoorDash order to that house that night. She changed her tires. I don't know if she got a new phone or not.
You got a new phone. Yes, you did.
And she never notified police. Then they found her because they did it's called a pen, trap, and trace or whatever to
Yes.
locate all the phones that were in the area that night. And they're like, whose number is this? Oh,
Yeah.
it's Molly McMahon.
I think this is
And-
where
and
that
if you
FBI
remember-
confusion comes.
Yeah, and
Mm.
if you remember too, Carlos, sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
They
good.
told us in the beginning that the DoorDash driver stepped forward within 2 days and turned himself in to police saying, hey, I was the one that did this. Here I am, so on and so forth. Come to find out that was never the truth.
Mm,
They had to go find her without even looking for her. You know what I mean?
right.
Mhm.
So These are all points of contention with this, and I'm trying to find the date for you, Kim. I have it pulled up.
And it's almost like if you roll it back and think about it. So in my personal thought here is the FBI was already there because this was happened within something they were investigating. And that's why they sent these kids to the hotel, because that's where they corralled them first. Because you got to think, if you look through the interviews, the FBI had to get to these kids by the next day, because by the 14th, the police department between ISP and Moscow were interviewing these kids. So let's roll this back to, it's like at some point, on the 13th that they went, the FBI rolled out their list and like, okay, you guys got to go over here and interview these people. And, we got to make this fit and that fit too. So y'all work on that and we're going to go over this way. Why were they there first? I don't know. Just a speculation.
Molly's interview, Kim, with Payne was November 23rd of 22.
But I think that's where Molly comes in, because I don't know how that served, but I'll go into that at some other time. But
So
it felt like they had to cover her for some reason, but they did have the backup. They're like, oh, well, here, we'll just fit her into here like a fucking plant.
So I think here's what happened. I think they interview her on November 23rd and she told the truth. And no white Elantra was part of that. She saw the spiky red-haired guy in the tan sedan and a girl jumping up and down in the window. Right? And then I don't know if law enforcement tried to pull something over and was like trying to get her to change her story, because they did pull her over an awful lot. And we have her body cam footage when she was arrested, and she said, I'm the one that's supposed to testify about seeing Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah.
But she didn't see Bryan Kohberger. So it was like, what is that? What did she mean by that? And that I'm sure that aired.
You know what?
Because that aired, and that's when the plea deal happened.
That happened after her interview with Payne. That body cam that you're talking about, Kim?
Yes.
Yeah, that happened after the fact. So
right. So they got to her after it. They hid the truth. They hid the real interview. They put her out on a network special, so the whole world hears she saw Bryan Kohberger, and then there's a plea deal.
So let's think of this. Let's go back, and I think this is where we need dates. So in the pullover of her, and before that, were they trying to get whatever Molly's part was in this? Were they trying to get something on her? This is why she's all weirded out when she's in the car. She's like, oh, I got to testify it. She already knew that they were after her for something. Were they trying to flip her for something? And they busted her on this.
Flip her,
and they busted her on this, and she's like, oh my God, is this the end? I don't know. She's got a past.
It's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but if memory serves, it was that video of her being pulled over or making that statement in the police station or something that came out a week before Bryan Kohberger took the plea.
Yes.
And so was it, which was another thing that made me kind of think, was that strategically released to push the narrative to Bryan to say, hey, you have no chance here?
Yep.
Or was it serendipitous that ultimately happened, along the same time Bryan was contemplating?
I think they've set these plants all along the way, just like we never thought we would ever seen those autopsy reports. So why did they drop those? And are those real? I think that's another plant.
Well, first and foremost, I 100% agree.
Kind of.
I believe that was done on purpose. Okay. The Molly thing, I think that did come out when it came out. Timing is huge in this case. We've come to find out timing is massive. Everything happens at weird times, at specific moments, specific things for specific reasons. I've come to find out it's crazy, but I do believe that was put out at a specific time for a specific reason. I truly agree with that. I mean, it was literally like you said, like a week. It was like a week. You know what I mean? It was so strange, and we were like, "What? Where's this been for the past 3 years?" And all of a sudden, boom, there it is. You know what I mean?
I feel like there's an expanded timeline to the timeline that would make a lot of sense.
And then we
fitting these things together.
We don't get the real interview until a year later.
Oh, right.
Because they wouldn't expect that we were going to dig on it.
So let me back up to when Logan talked about the handrail, because Kim and I have talked about this handrail a gazillion times as well. So I might as well give Logan my theory about
just get a grip.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm sorry, we're all over the place, but like
no. I'm writing down what I want to get back to. So
we have
I'm
so much. Yeah. Okay. So I'm good. I'm glad you're keeping up with it.
Yep. No worries. So that gave me pause initially, Logan. Not only the handrail, but I believe there was a glove or a mitt or something outside of the house that had unknown male DNA, C or whatever lettering or number system they were doing. D. Thank you.
Yep.
So it initially did give me pause, but I think what could have happened, and I showed Kim an example in our own home, so I'll explain it to you guys. What could have happened is that unknown male DNA could have been there. And I know DNA over time does degrade, but maybe that's why it's unknown. Maybe it was a fantastic, sample, and it came to be a decent sample, but they just can't identify who the person is. But I just feel like with the amount of people that I've seen in those videos at the house where the police come for noise, I mean, they have a ton of people going through that house. And, could we have a bleeder? Absolutely. Could someone have, maybe picked the cuticle and touched the handrail? And, it's possible that could have been there previously. So I don't give that maybe as much, like it could be multiple assailants, because I think that could have already been there with the amount of people that have went through that house.
Mixed with the victim's DNA?
Yes.
Blood? So
yes.
The unknown and two victims all mixed together. I think that timing and where it's at is just difficult for me to wrap my head around.
No, and I thought about that, because if it's there first and it has dried up, and now you put a fresh sample on top of that, I mean, it could easily just start mixing in together, especially when they pull the swab.
Those are pretty high odds there, buddy.
I mean, I agree. I do agree with you. But yeah, I think just getting it all in the same exact tiny little spot is so difficult for my brain to comprehend.
I mean, I
and one more point about that real quick, Dago. I'm sorry, but just one more quick, so we can go to maybe something else. But one more point to that was, Kim and I talked about this a lot, and that was my theory, that hey, maybe just got mixed in with something that was already there. But why not do genetic genealogy on those two as well, right? Why not do it on the handrail? Why not do it on the one that's on the outside? Why not do IgG? Wait, let me. This is my point. Let me tell you my point, because I think that I want us. Let's say I'm on the Kohberger community. I want our community to push our people that are part of this case. Let's do IgG on this. Do you need funding for that? Well, we get all kind of funding for a FOIA request.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put funding together for this. Tell us what that goal is. We'll put a thermometer out there with bar, and I'm telling you, people will donate $5 to $10 to that, so we could have CC Moore or somebody out there.
He's bringing it. This is his part of the leg up on the fence.
I'm on
that,
exactly.
Carlos.
Exactly.
He's
I'm
100%
with you on that one for sure.
Yeah. See, yeah.
And that's my question. Why didn't they test this stuff? You know what I mean?
Because they said it was too degraded. Like they said it wasn't a good this is the thing. If it was only the railing, I you know, oh, that would suck. Like, oh man, that's something we could have tested, but it's not. It's the glove. It's 3 spots on the sheath. It's
Did you tell Carlos about
the
the
half wall. It's
A lampshade or something? Was there a lamp or something?
the beer pong table. I
was
mean,
the whatever the fucking does Carlos know about the Colorado woman that just got busted for all the DNA she fraudulently
Carlos is here. You can ask me directly.
Hi, Carlos. It's a pleasure.
She's not my interpreter. You can ask me directly, Mike.
Let me be proper. Hi. Excuse me. I am back. That was my AI buddy over here. I was on a break. But anyways.
Yes, I do
that
know
was
about
too
it.
funny.
Kim was quick to tell me all about her. Yes.
But in like what you were presenting, it makes me wonder, where was the development to that woman? Because it just didn't pop up overnight that all these cases got pinned. Okay, that's what I got.
No,
but yeah, that's a good.
That's disturbing. Horribly disturbing.
Why didn't they put the information into CODIS simply? Why didn't they start there? They didn't do any of that for anything that wasn't Bryan Kohberger's.
Brett Payne said that if they were to put any of this stuff into CODIS, that it would push the other shit back out, and I can't handle that at all because it's not
how
true.
It works.
It is not true.
So they sat on all this stuff until they got Bryan Kohberger's, and then they were like, "Yeah, we'll put his in there." How convenient!
It was all part of that build-up, paint the Bob Ross picture.
Part of my problem with this is because I know that's not a true thing. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't work that way. I've spoken. I have friends that are police officers, so on and so forth. No, they look at me when I ask these questions. You have to imagine the dumb looks that I get constantly. Like, you're joking, right? You know, that was the answer I got from that. When I said, no, this was said by a lead detective on a case. And he said, it doesn't work that way, period. It just doesn't. So to make a statement like that, why would you say that as a lead detective on a case like this? Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
On a case like this, unless there's got to be a good reason. Do you know what I mean? That they're making up things, thinking that the world's not going to know this.
Something came on a silver platter and they just dispersed it.
That's my number one issue with that. Okay, but then again, I also wonder: did they test this stuff that we believe they didn't test, and it did not come back to who it's supposed to? In turn, that's why we don't know about this.
From what I've heard about the other items, right, the handrail and the glove outside, was that, you know, we don't have an unlimited budget, and me and Kim go through this all the time. That, you know, I want them to test everything. Well, they don't have $1 gazillion to test everything. They have $1 million to test some things, right? And pretty soon the taxpayers are going to be like, you know, hey, we have bridges and roads that need fixed here. You know, we can't use all our money to test every single blood spot. And Kim will say, test every single blood spot. I'm like, well, we can't. So there has to be a selection process. And that's why I think the community, who has done a good job in saying, these are the biggest questions for us. And this DNA that is unidentified is probably at or near the top of the list, because there's very little speculation.
Agreed.
If that person is identified, that's going to be a very good investigative tool. You know, for us to say we think 10 people could have committed this crime and we have no idea who these 10 people are,
right,
it's not going to be a good investigative tool, right?
Of course not.
This would be something that they should test. So, but from what I understood was they took the item that was closest to the crime and went all the way 100%. Not, I'm going to test it. Not, I'm just going to test it and put it in CODIS, or, you know, they went 100% behind this one because it was on the sheath, which Logan, you were talking about earlier, which is the last thing I have written down here. A good segue, Dago, which was to have this person's DNA on the sheath is very, very, very hard to dismiss him. This is the point. This is the piece of evidence that says, I can't take Bryan Kohberger out of this case. Now, I could put maybe more people into it. If we want to add Molly, maybe I could add Molly. You know, if we want to, you know,
this is the missing link.
Drug things. I've heard some, you know, fraternity things. I've heard many different things. We could maybe have more people around Kohberger, which I think is very difficult to do because of his person and personality. But
I think it's the little hidden things that they've hidden.
Yeah, but I can't take him out because of this DNA. Now, whether it's touch, okay, because I think that's kind of where, Logan, you were heading. Okay, not touch, but transfer. So if it's transfer, still has Bryan in it somehow. And he, nor his defense at any point with his life on the line, has said, you guys should look at, you know, gang member Georgie over here because I shook his hand and he was carrying, you know, around a knife sheath, and, you know, this could be the guy. They have offered nothing in their defense against the sheath, and they're almost saying it's his.
And you're right about that. They never denied that it was his sheath. They never did. Okay. And I know that's a point of contention with a lot of people. They never denied it. They never tried to.
I think that's where they were delayed freaking discovery. I mean, you got to think they didn't even get crime scene pictures till when? So it's like they delayed.
Well, I wonder if they expected Hitler to push for that to be tested, all that other DNA first. And when that outcome was projected, in turn, they wouldn't have had to have done something like that, is what I wonder. I'm not saying that's what they were going to do. I'm saying I wonder if that could have been a process and it just never happened. But you have a good point with that sheath. You absolutely do. Although now we're finding out that it's a movable object. It's all over the damn place. You know, but I still, even there with that, let me ask you this. Do you trust which I'm sure, knowing if Kim's been near you, I know you know this. Do you trust? I hope that didn't sound too bad, but do you trust the DNA, Carlos? Do you trust the fact that they got the DNA the way they claim? Because there's some other things that we need to bring to the table with that as well.
What I would say to that is, yes, I trust it, only to the point that somebody's name was going to be attached to it, right?
Of course.
If you extract DNA if you know that in the lab, wow, we got some DNA off here, I can't wait to find out, you know, to get these markers, compare it to maybe somebody in CODIS,
right?
And the name's going to spit out. So do I trust that there was DNA in the first 24, 48, 72 hours of this case before it got to the point where we're at today?
Yeah.
That somebody got this, for lack of a better term, lab rat got it.
Oh, no, Carlos, we slapped Othrum's name on it in the public. They'll accept it.
For sure. But ultimately, somebody pulled this DNA off of here and got DNA, right? So my point is, a name was going to be associated to that. Somebody. It was either going to be a serial killer that they've been tracking in the area for the past 20 years, or, you know, some college TA guy. You know, somebody's name was going to come off of that DNA. I don't think it was created, manufactured, planted. I think somebody's name was going to come off of that sheath with the DNA that they found on the button snap.
The most recent development that I learned going through that, this was in Leah Larkin's report, was that when Othram had the DNA sample and they're doing their genealogy work, right? Like CC Moore, they're doing the CC Moore thing. And they get to a point, we've watched that show, and sometimes they had 8 siblings that they were trying to work
Mm-hmm.
the lines and they kept getting stuck,
Mhm.
it looked like. And she was saying that, you know, what they were doing, they were, because it's making decisions. It's like, oh, I think this is a likely thing. Let me try that. And she said it would have taken months,
Yeah.
if not years,
Yes.
for them to narrow
Yeah.
it down. And the FBI
Oh,
stopped
we had it in 3 days.
them. The FBI stopped them and said, give it back to us.
Yes.
And then we don't know what they did.
Right. But
They,
go ahead.
I was just going to say 100% what Kim said is they weren't traveling the same direction that the FBI was expecting them to. And that's when they jumped in and said, no, hold on, stop right there. Give it to me. Off they went with it. And then we come out with this outcome at this point. That's a little bit of a problem for me. Do you know what I mean?
So I understand both of you where you're coming from. Kim will remember when the IGG show came out with CC Moore. She had a little special. I think it ran 5 to 8 episodes, and we were glued to it.
Yes.
I rarely watch anything twice. We watched it twice. So
CC's awesome.
And the reason it was very compelling is because it's more art than science.
Mhm.
And so if the authoring person is not as artistic as the maybe super expert at the FBI, I would give it to the super expert and say, look, there's a lot of art to this. And CC explained that in that special so well that we left that knowing, because like when Kim would try to argue back on that point, I'm like, hey, remember CC Moore said this is art.
Right.
This is art. Yeah.
Yes. But the issue is the FBI did zero art. They did not take it over and say, they don't have genealogy specialists. They use the people like Othram.
They used a back door.
The FBI did. Here's what the FBI did. And they have been busted for well, they don't get busted because there's no repercussions for them, but they upload it. So I don't understand the whole thing. They upload it into these sites. They get hits, they get these matches, and then they look for the highest one with the highest centimorgans. Remember the highest centimorgan thing? And then they'll take it and they'll upload it like it's like I'm going to upload this like it's Kim upon Kim, you know? And then when you do that, you can now get into that database and they can see things like they're the person, who's all my matches, who's all my relatives, it's like a shortcut cheating.
Sure. Did we go from great grandma to when the FBI got it, they narrowed it down to great grandma? Yes, that's probably what happened.
No, they got in there and saw all my brothers and sisters and cousins and aunts and uncles and everything, probably.
Okay.
I mean, that's
keep
the way it's
attaching probably to it. I keep saying that, there's an art to it. And I think that there's
there was a
FBI who ultimately had to narrow it down and find out that there was a connection in Washington or Idaho.
Yes,
somebody has to figure that out.
They did that, and see, the issue is going to be, and I guess I want them to find the right person. And some people will say he'll get off could get off because they used illegal, they used databases they shouldn't have used.
Unsanctioned databases, yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't, to me, this is from an expert report. They didn't do genealogy work. They uploaded DNA. That's not that. I don't know. Here's my thing. We don't know what DNA they put in that system. I will just leave it at that.
She doesn't let me finish my thought. she barrels over me. Yes, you're right, honey. They did use systems that their own policy said they should not do. Mm-hmm. I agree 100%. But there was some investigative genealogy that needed to happen to find the Washington connection. It didn't spit out Bryan Kohberger's name.
Yeah.
They had to do some investigative genealogy.
AKA.
There was a show.
I didn't see that in the report.
Have you heard of a channel, Carlos? The channel name is Glitch DNA.
I don't think so.
Okay. She's been on our show a couple times.
I've showed him her interviews.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Her videos.
Yes.
All right. So the way she explained it, it takes you so far away from
Yeah. The
what
extended manufacturing.
should have been done, right? And it's way out there though. It's
It's
so far out there. Like it's almost as though first and foremost that they did have to create, for lack of better terms, a portion of this for it to be what it is. If that makes any sense, what I just said.
Yes. Yes.
So
it's like building a tree house, brother, on the outer limb of the oak tree. You know what I'm saying?
and it just when you come back to it, it doesn't match up at that point. That's the problem with it. Which is, if it was straightforward, cut and dry, black and white, I'd be all over. Like, there it is. He's the man. Let's go. We're done. You know what I mean? But it's not, and that's the problem. Everything.
I swear we're learning more as it goes on about just that.
Everything in this case has something to do with something like this. Okay, everything, and it's just how is everything within this case so complicated? Why is it just not cut and dry, black and white? Here it is. He did it. They didn't do it. Whatever it is, here's his DNA. But it didn't work that way. So in turn, I think that's why we've all had to step back and go, wait a minute. Why did and they refused to show how they did the work on it. They refused to show that.
Yes, that's the issue. That's
right. That's my issue.
When the FBI took it over, the defense expert is saying they never gave us any work product. They didn't explain their processes to us. We have no idea what they did.
Yep, because that's what's been in the paperwork since what, the 70s? You don't know what the FBI is doing.
And they told Moscow, don't use this. They said, do not use this, or Latah County, I'm sorry. Don't use this. Well, why?
Hey.
Something's wrong. You know what I mean?
Something is wrong here.
Right. And therefore, in turn, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't just say, okay, and trust it. Mainly because of those things. Now, we all know the FBI is not the straight and narrow, okay? They are the FBI, don't get me wrong.
They take their own out to cover their name.
They want to do, when they want to do it, how they want to do it. And I get that, but
that's the other thing.
I can't trust it.
On the tree, they never got to his mom's.
Huh.
She's not there at all. She should be.
Something broke.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to a couple things.
Yes.
So you talked about building it, and that maybe that could be nefarious in some way, and I certainly get that, but I almost liken it to the for those who've seen the original Jurassic Park. Now, I may be the oldest person here, so
hey,
I don't know if folks have seen the original Jurassic Park, but they talk about how they use amphibian DNA to fill in the gaps for them, and so I think it almost feels a little bit like that, hey, we got this DNA sample, we're trying to, enhance it in some way. How can you enhance it? Well, by taking things that we know that have been consistent statistically, over people's DNA, that we can, pretty much fill in some markers that are like, if every man has facial hair,
sure,
we know, we fill this gap in because every man has facial. That's
yes. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I think that it looks and sounds nefarious, but statistically could be supported that. And maybe Logan, I think Kim told me that you're pretty familiar with DNA, that you may do a lot of work with this, so you could correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it almost feels like there's mathematical or statistical ways to fill this in without being nefarious. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's where I'm sitting on this. And then I have one more thing after that. Logan, any comment to that?
I mean, they doubled or more. They took the DNA and they manipulated it to double it to get a bigger sample. I don't know. I just feel like they did several different things to the DNA to get to where they got to, and half of them were illegal and the other half are sketchy as heck. So in most states, this whole DNA stuff would have never been admissible.
I agree.
So the fact that it's admissible in this case, and it's the only piece of evidence they have, it just doesn't sit right with me.
I agree, and that's one of the reasons why I'm very close to the fence. Initially, it was the DNA. If the defense can, litigate against the DNA, I would be on the other side. If Cy would have came through the way he was talking initially, I would have been on the other side. Those were the only two things that I was hitching my wagon to. Both have failed me thus far, so just in my mind.
I got it.
Makes you almost feel like you had a dually wagon, so you had more tires to go flat before they freaking fell off, huh?
I know,
Oh,
but I'm still waiting for the evidence or something to really push me there. You had mentioned Dago, and I can't remember the context, but the gist of it was, because I only wrote down a couple keywords. You said, I can't believe that people think it's this black and white. And being a little bit more on the other side of things, I think that's the position on this side. It could be just black and white. It could be that the car was Brian's, that the identification of a bushy-eyed brow guy in the apartment is Brian, that the DNA that's on it is Brian. And so we sit, I say we loosely, but maybe the other side, the guilter side, say,
I get it.
It's black and white. And there's a lot of other, we're trying to find things to color gray, I think is, where the other side is.
And I respect that. I do. I fully do. And I've thought those same things. What if it is Brian? Could it be Brian's? And then I look at it. I've tried to force myself, Carlos, to believe that this kid did this. Okay. I swear to God, I have. And then these things come out, documents show things, they come forward, and we're looking, I'm like, wait, no, here we are again. I've been to where you're at many times, many times. And I just never have completed that jump over the fence to that side, only because anytime I've leaned that way, there's something new that comes forward that says, nope, this wasn't it. And it takes me back over here. So that's why eventually I just
all their little plants.
Do what?
All their little plants. They'll put out these plants, and it'll just send you, like the autopsy stuff. It sends you to the other side,
A lot of it does, yeah, definitely. I can't. Everything that they have shown us. Okay, well, you had something else you said first, Carlos, before we go somewhere else? I don't want to take us on another tangent before.
No, I'm caught up.
Did you get okay? I just didn't want to.
Everything's marked off.
Good stuff. So after, let's go here real quick. After wait, Logan, you looked like you were going to say something a little bit. I don't want to pass you by either. Did you have something? No. Okay.
Not really. I was just going to I can agree with what you have to say, and I think all of our minds have gone there at one point, like, dang, they have this, and dang, this and that, and it makes sense in black and white. But then you take unknown male DNA mixed with victim's DNA, a fingerprint that's in the victim's blood that's not Bryan Kohberger's, and then the DNA under their fingernails that are not Bryan Kohberger's. Those are big deals.
Yes. Why?
Huge.
So why can't we, and let me join for a few moments.
Kumbaya.
Why can't we take these, Kim uses the term bombshell a lot. This is a bombshell, Carlos. This one's going to change your mind.
Oh my God, Carlos, how was your day?
And I'm like, well, it was a firecracker. I'm going to say it's a bomb.
Right.
It was a firecracker. But to me, the DNA in the house, the handrail, I think, a couple, you mentioned the fingerprint, which fingerprint and blood, you can't change that. Right.
Right. Right.
The glove or the mitt that was found outside, it would not take too much more for them to do something. And whether that's the Innocence Project now, I don't know who could pick up the ball at this point.
They can't touch it because they are funding conveniently. It doesn't exist anymore in Idaho. So
I think they properly brushed it under the rug since day one.
Oh,
like
lovely.
they didn't test any of it because they said, well, we can't because we already got the narrative. So, you know,
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
unfortunately, the Innocence Project cannot touch this. We've looked at that, but I see what you're saying, and it would be
Yeah.
amazing for somebody to be able to pick up and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
besides us," because obviously we can't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got to think, like, rolling back to the DNA lady, all this stuff can't be going on just in one part. You know, there's a lot of stuff out there. You know, there's a lot of wrongful convictions. It's crazy. I hate to see what AI is going to bring in.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
that's
this is the
other
start
part
of it.
the DNA. They
Yeah.
used some kind of, I don't know if it was AI, but what was that system they said they used that they ran his DNA through?
Oh,
Mm.
It's something like that. It's like
Yeah.
an automatic thing.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, we were talking about that. Where they enhanced it? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. We were talking
Yeah.
about.
Fuckery. That's what they call it.
Were you gonna say something, Logan?
Yes, but now I forgot what it was. Oh no. What I'm very curious what you think of all of the DNA that was swabbed and collected so wonderfully and put in a refrigerator that broke. It did not break.
I hate the fact that any evidence is mishandled, and I even know that there's some speculation around some of the evidence that did make it past the refrigerator incident. But no, I hate all of that. And you know, do things happen? Yes. Should not happen in cases like this.
Would they
Should
do
not
that
happen.
with their own kids or grandchildren?
No,
I'd
no
like to
way.
see that one.
No way.
right.
You know, and you know, I think just to give a little context maybe to me, sort of us, I'm more on we spent, I think, a Thanksgiving or a Christmas 10 years ago watching Making a Murderer. Did you guys see that when it first came
Yeah.
out? That was
Obsessed.
that
We were
was the
Yeah.
ace #1 thing. That was
Yep.
probably the first viral true crime documentary series of its kind. And we went to Wisconsin, you know, to help
Oh, that's
fight
what's up.
for you know, people in that case. So
Right.
I am typically, especially because
Unique.
I think I am typically unique. I think that I am more on the conspiracy side of things, and I hate to say the word conspiracy, but I want to challenge things way more than I want to believe what I'm seeing, right? You know, a picture isn't a picture. A picture is a bunch of dots that makes a picture,
Hey.
right?
Right.
So there's a lot behind it.
Yeah.
So when we saw that, we were both like, I can't believe the police did this. How did they frame him twice? And you know what's going on?
Yeah.
And that's where I come from. In this particular case, Kim's appalled that I'm even on the side because typically, again,
We were on the same side with the Avery case.
yeah, we were. What I'm saying is, I'm on the other side now.
Yeah.
I'm believing
Yeah,
kind
but
of.
I forgot we
He's-
were on the same
Oh,
side.
we
with
were
that
on the
thing.
same
I
case.
need to remember that.
Yes.
He's
The
like,
good
oh my
old
God.
days, you guys. The good old days.
He just jumped out the sidecar.
I did. And this one is I can't get fully over, even though I am cautious, I am leery, I am skeptical of everything that I'm being told. In this one, there's just too much that can't get me off Kohberger as much as I want to. It
That's
can't.
interesting.
And some of it is just, and I hate to say this because I don't want to profile people like I'm sticking up for Molly.
Sure.
but I'm hearing all this stuff about Kohberger and you know, and
Yeah.
could he be a incel and some of that's polluting me a little bit, you know.
So that's a
And-
good point, though. It's like with Carlos saying that is, you know, and this goes deep back into like the stuff in Boston with the church and all that is you know, like the news that's literally has been tied to, you know, prosecutors to push narrative to. There was a Florida case with. There's a lot. But that makes people like Carlos, so it makes you wonder. I mean, even though we all sit out here and we're like, oh, people shouldn't believe that. They're not going to believe it. But anyways, it is a thing. That is a thing, Carlos. It is.
So it hurts me a little bit that I could maybe believe some of the narrative of his personality and what was pushed out there, but it almost ties into what happened that night, like what could have happened that night, and what we keep hearing is that there was a lot of energy around one of the two first girls that were and
Kaylee.
And that just that gives me a lot of pause, especially with the narrative of his personality that has been coming out as well, and the way he was treating people and women in general,
which didn't get put on the table. Since you said that, I'm glad you did say that. That stuff didn't get put on the table until Bryan became somebody of importance. And the facial trapping, the all this stuff that was said, all of a sudden now Bryan is this. Nobody said a word, really. I'll just put it that way. Put it in layman's terms. Nobody brought that up about him until he became a suspect in this case, which is kind of like, wait a minute now.
You know what I think be interesting is pinning those dates to like when they interviewed that Asian guy into what you just said, because none of that came up until a certain point in time.
Right.
Was he his coworker?
Yeah, and they had to pin him as a bad guy. When did they talk to all of those people? Oh, we need backup to push
after
this.
the fact.
Mm-hmm.
But then someone FOIA requests his DMV visit, and we don't see any of that.
He's cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see that one, Carlos? Yeah. I mean, completely, definitely does not. I'm asking you, does that look like an incel to you?
No.
And that's what I was expecting to see him being awkward. I have a child that's autistic that does not get social cues. Okay, and so I expect to see some of these things. And I never thought Bryan was that bad with it, but just based on what we heard, I thought we were going to see that in this video. None of it. It was completely the opposite, in my opinion. Like, it almost seemed like she was the one that was trying to keep him there, spatially trapping him in the conversation. So, and he had to do that whole back away move. Like, okay, I don't want to talk anymore, and I got to get out of here. I don't want to be rude. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that never ever came off to me as an incel experience. So that was another turning point for me, to be honest with you. Go ahead.
Well, let me bring this up because Kim and I talked about this an awful lot too, and it could be a stretch, but it's kind of where my mind went when we were talking about what this perpetrator looked like. And
sure,
I have always felt that whoever this perpetrator was somebody who had the urge to do this, and if it's one person, to be able to have a kill kit, stalk, go in, commit this type of crime, and do this would be somebody who has always wanted to do this, had
all
these
those wounds. That's a lot.
And I liken it to, and we've talked about this a lot, to Jeffrey Dahmer.
Sure, okay.
And the reason, because Dahmer, after he got caught, was probably him and Ed Kemper probably just spilled the beans, right?
Yes.
I'm going to tell you exactly what I felt and how I did it.
Yeah, that was their next level of.
Yep. And he came out and he said, he goes, I always had the urge. I never had the opportunity. He goes, and then when I finally had the opportunity for his first killing with that hitchhiker, he's like, I was just instantly possessed.
Yeah.
And
euphoric
in some way. Yes. And made it. And it was just,
I knew I liked you for a reason. I could tell you've watched this stuff. Right.
And this goes into like Rex Heuermann and what he's trying to do and what he's going to do is he is whatever he did in his deal. He wants to be able to talk about this. You watch.
Oh, for sure.
And get that gratification.
So going back to Dahmer and him saying, that this was just, I've always had the urge. I was able to hide it. You see some of his interviews afterwards. You're like, this seems like a pretty reasonable, straightforward guy.
Oh,
and then you realize he was eating his victims. I mean, he was the most deplorable of
Yes.
deplorables, right?
Yeah,
You know-
and you know what kills me? I gotta tell you, since you brought him up, I literally live. Well, you guys aren't far from me. We're all in the same area. I live just south of you guys, but I literally live about 25 minutes from Bath, Ohio, where he was a teenager at.
He grew up.
Okay. And like it just scares the shit out of you thinking about that. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
this guy was eating people. Okay. I mean,
Hey, don't
and I could
forget
have
about
passed
Mike
him in
Tyson.
the Trumbull County Fair or something someday. What you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Anyway, I didn't mean to jump outside, but that just with you bringing that up, it still blows my mind because it's right there. Because you're all right. You are absolutely right on that one. I agree with that. So,
This guy had
and I-
Mike Tyson's Tigers down the road.
yeah, right. That too.
He did.
and I
Drive by that place.
and I think so. If I stay on Kohberger for a minute,
Yes,
and if I
yes.
think, okay, if I believe that his phone pinged in the area either 12 to 23 times, he had. I think there was somebody in that house or something about that house that he was obsessed with, that he had the urge but never had the opportunity. And that last time, that last drive-through, if that's Bryan Kohberger's car that went through there, the first 3 times the lights were on, it's not time, I got the urge, but I don't have the opportunity. And he's like, all right, I'm going back one more time. And he goes back and he sees the lights are off. He's like, you know what? I may have the opportunity. And maybe that's when it happened.
Okay.
So-
And what
But
about
the lights were on.
Yeah, they were saying the lights were on, but what about the fact that there's no connection to anybody in that house though, Carlos? None, including that came from the words I believe, and somebody will correct me, I'm sure. The 2 lead investigators said, "Believe me," these were their words. "Believe me, we wanted there to be that connection, and we could not find anything, no matter where we looked." They had high-level agencies looking, and nobody could find a connection.
And what did BT say?
Oh, yeah, and he also said at the end that it's very likely that he may have just targeted the house
There was
without any
no
premeditation,
connection.
just at the end, like out of nowhere. So
Oh, well,
It's
well,
not believable because it's a dead end.
well,
but-
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that is not believable. It is believable because look at his professor's idol.
Oh,
Ramslin?
Ramslin. Yeah.
BTK shared with nobody that he was stalking houses.
right,
See?
Only person knew that he was stalking those victims
Yeah.
was BTK.
You know what that
Who did
was?
he
That was the
study?
golden seal, Carlos. They
What's
said,
that?
"Yep, we're gonna send this." That was the golden seal. They're like, "He fits it. He's from up north." Yep, we're good. Yeah,
Well-
he's a criminology.
well, well, is it a prosecutorial talking point? Maybe.
Oh, it's a media talking point.
Definitely a media talking point.
No, I feel you. I'm playing.
It's definitely a media talk, but could it be a prosecutorial one? I don't know. I don't know if that's something you could bring up in court. You know, Logan may know. I don't know. But this is something that it's not that far fetched that I could be mimicking, or I am learning from, or I have studied
right.
somebody who has done something that, hey, I'm not going to go on social media and, you know, have that trail. I'm not going to, you know, go up and speak to them and do anything. This is an obsession. And maybe it goes back to the incel thing. I don't know, but maybe this is an obsession. I don't know the motive. I don't know if there was a motive. I don't know if I just wanted to kill.
I
but-
get it. I get it. I mean,
but-
okay, go with your look. Let's go with your theory.
Okay.
And this Bryan is I know you can't argue this. Bryan is a very smart individual. We all know this, okay? Very smart, high level intelligence from years back, whatever you want to call it, however you want to put it, okay? You drive up to this house, like you were saying, you circle this house, I guess, 2-3 times, whatever, if that's his car. There's 5 cars in the driveway. The lights are all on in the house. You have this urge to kill somebody. You don't know that those cars belong to girls or guys. The whole fucking
That
excuse
is
my phrasing,
insane.
but there could be a football team living in that house
Nope.
for all we know. You know what I
I
mean?
wouldn't run in there for a can of gas.
Anybody doing that, like the common sense level would have to be at null like void, nothing to be able to walk into that house, not knowing who's inside that house. Do you see what I'm saying?
Joey,
That's
he was
why
a
that's
boxer.
always-
Bring up too.
I don't.
Yeah,
know
he
what
was
they
a
say
boxer,
because
Kim.
somebody was in that house, identified, even though we say
Yeah.
you know that they could
There's
even
no
be part of it,
connection.
identified as wearing an outfit to do what they were in that house to do.
What, the firefighter?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Cylinder triangle thing.
Yes.
With fireworks. The
Yes.
fireworks setter.
Right.
Can we just
ultimately
scrap it
turned
all
out
and
to
start
be
at 4
a murderer,
a.m.?
Right?
Oh my God,
They look like a
Carlos.
firefighter, but they ended up being a murderer.
That person's fictional, in my opinion.
Yeah.
How much
But-
of Dylan's statements do you believe, Carlos?
Wait, can I interrupt that?
Oh, no, go ahead.
But 2 comments that I cannot ignore from my chat. So, number 1, Ramsland was on the defense list. So I find that very interesting. His old professor
Hmm.
was going to
Yeah.
be on his side.
Right.
So that's interesting. And then
Carry
someone
on.
said,
Carry on.
like, if it's just urge meeting opportunity. So when he drives, there's always plastic everywhere in the car.
Yeah.
So
You
he
saw
has-
Mark B's little slippy over the thing. Yeah.
Well, if I'm leaving the house at
That's why I was at Walmart.
3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or whatever the time was, I'm ready for this. If the opportunity presents, I'm ready to do it. Now, I don't do it during the day. You know, I don't bring my bag. I'm not saying there was necessarily plastic all over. I'm saying there was a.
I know what you mean.
He was
Yeah.
a PhD
outside
student.
and
He was
put it in the car.
calculated.
Yeah. But I think, yes, he probably had, like, who was the kill kit guy that buried him all over? So
Israel Keys.
yeah, Israel
Israel
Keys.
Keys.
That's the most terrifying one to me.
Yeah.
That's
Me too.
terrifying.
Yeah.
That's
So
the real deal right there, period.
Yeah, that's, those kits are probably still hidden all over the country somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
disgusting.
for sure. So, but you were going to say, Dago, something.
About Dylan's statements.
Yeah, Dylan's statement.
Oh, no. I just wondered, like, I'm sure you've listened to Dylan's interviews. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to know how many, and being realistic, how much of what she says doesn't stop you and go, what? You know what I mean? Like, what did she just say? Come on.
Yeah. So I preface everything by saying Kim and I have talked about this a
Of
lot.
course. No, I get it. I
So,
hope you have. Yeah.
she is my boo.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But so here's what I believe. I believe, and this isn't going to go over well.
Listen, you're here. You're safe here as compared to other
All right.
people. You're safe here. I promise.
Okay, so this is what I personally believe, and Kim does not believe this. So
I
here's
get
the
it.
line. Don't cut the line right here. Right? Okay.
Y'all just had that anniversary. You're sealed. But
And before
That
he
was good
says
for
this,
29.
Kim,
I don't know about the other 29.
do not promise us, Kim, you will not make him sleep on the couch tonight. Okay, just let it be what it is. Go ahead, Carlos.
So here's what I believe about Dylan's interview. Oh, this first line's gonna hurt. I believe her, and here's why.
yeah,
Because
I
she
can feel you on that.
qualifies everything. She qualifies what she says. She's like, I don't know what's real and what's not, but here's what I think I saw, and she
Hold-
does
hold-
that.
Sorry. Hold that thought before you go further with that. That's what I thought you might say. That's the part that bothers me.
Well,
When she's asked a question, sir, she gives 5 answers and then
Yeah.
says what you just said. That's why it bothers me. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead.
I know that what is the other, the pro burgers look at this is bad,
Yeah.
is I'm saying I think is true and real and not scripted. I think it's,
yeah,
kudos to her if she was able to think this up in her head,
yeah.
during that 8 hours when she should have called 911, that, hey, I'm going to play I was drunk, I was sleeping, I was,
And
I'm not quite sure what I saw, and still somewhat identify somebody and throw somebody under the bus.
yeah,
Especially if she's involved, she should say, Zippo, I saw nothing, I did nothing,
yeah.
but
And
she's qualifying everything by saying, I was watching some stupid movie, I was sleeping, I was
Yeah.
dreaming, I was drunk. But here's the things that I saw. And if it matches whatever happened in that house in any way, shape, or form,
Yeah.
how she could get bushy eyebrows and a tall, slender build dude
Yeah.
out of that, kudos to her. And again, if she's involved, what the heck is she doing identifying one of the people involved?
I agree with you. I do. I do. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make that point.
No, that's my point. That's what I struggle with is her.
If I was an investigator, I think I would have wanted to interview her therapist that was spoken of. Huh? No.
They did ask her about that.
No, that's not. Bet you somebody might have. I doubt it. They didn't need it.
Well, one of the things too, like when you said she should say nothing, it looks like that hypothetically that could have been the plan, but Bethany called her. So it looks like Dylan would have just stayed in a room all night and said nothing, but Bethany heard noises. Bethany heard something and called Dylan. Because if they're worried in the morning, and there's been a lot of discussion of it looks like wanting someone else to discover the bodies because the front door was open for a period of time in the morning, but then it was closed before Hunter Johnson and all those guys get over there. So Bethany or Dylan opened that door for a couple of hours in the morning. Like, would somebody come in the house and like just walk in and find the victims checking? I don't know, but just think what could have possibly happened if Bethany never called Dylan?
What if somebody else came? Because that's one of the theories out there, that it's believed that the door was left open on purpose so that somebody that likes to be in that house regularly, lots of people do, like we talked about earlier, would have came in to find the body so they didn't have to. You remember that theory, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Right. Okay. Yes. That's what I thought you meant. Okay.
Which is what she did. They called Hunter over so they could go up and find them.
But
Dylan took 2 flights of stairs. Keep that in mind as well.
That's true.
At 5 a.m. when Murphy was let out and you can hear the slider open and close.
Yeah.
She knew.
Hope you had a great time tonight, Carlos.
Oh, we're not done
We've
yet.
enjoyed you.
I'm enjoying myself. No, that's so to answer your question about Dylan, that's where I stand. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but it really seems to me, it almost seems innocently realistic. I could see the nefariousness. I get where people don't believe that, but if ever there comes a day that Bryan or somebody says, hey, us 4 or 5 people were involved,
right?
How it went down, or Bryan finally talks and explains exactly what happened. Great.
Do you believe he did it? And I hate to say it like this, but do you believe he did it because he said he did it? Or because he took the plea deal? I should rephrase that. I'm sorry.
At first, I'm sure you shared the fact that when we found out, I come running in here and I was like, hey, he's pleading guilty.
Oh yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah, she almost lost her mind, So hey, I get it. So there was a little period of time where we were like, that 24, 48 hours where we were speculating, like, is this real? Is this coerced? Everything was kind of going through our minds. And I would just set the fact that if he says in open court, I did it, I'm going to have to believe some of that, right? Because it's not been a few weeks, it's been years of back and forth. And we've always said, and I'm get to the answer to your question, but we've always said we would be the people who would scream from the rooftops, I'm innocent. I don't care if I'm under a gag order. I don't care if it's going to mess up my case. If I'm walking in front of the media or anybody or somebody that could help, I'm innocent, help me out. She would be the loudest screamer on the mountaintop screaming, I didn't do this. You got the wrong person. So us not getting any of that was concerning to me. His family not getting out there because Mama Bear would be out there saying,
oh yeah,
didn't do this, and screaming it, not politely having a conversation about it. Right. That wasn't coming. So
there is a lot of weird things. I mean,
I
like,
want to hear him say it. I want to hear him say I did it. And there was no sheepishness to it, or gosh, I'm being forced to do this. So am I being defiant by, yes, I did it. It was yes, absolutely. Well, yeah. I mean, it was boom. I was like, whoa.
I agree with you, but I play that to the whole plea deal thing. From my understanding, you have to answer each question a specific way for it to be what it is. But I get it. I'm right there with you. I was kind of shocked when I saw that, literally, without fail. So,
someone said he never said I did it. He just said yes.
Yes, right.
That's why I wanted to clarify that when I said it.
I'm saying even the body language of it was like, yes, I mean, it was no like, I'm being forced to say yes, or
it was all from day one. It was the same.
Well, you can't do that because the judge doesn't have to accept it.
Right.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Also, him saying those things as well, I think I've explained before, in the court system, you have a number as a guilty person or a person who pleads guilty, going to prison. You have a number, and that number depends on what you follow in that plea deal and what's agreed upon. So if he says yes, guilty, but he acts like he's not guilty, they can make that number higher for him. Therefore, then when he does go to prison, he can't participate in getting a job, or that number that is labeled on you when you go to prison is a big deal when you're in prison, because it can stop you from doing certain things or going to a prison closer to your family's home, or whatever. So you have to follow everything to a T, whether you are actually guilty or not. It's what is agreed upon in that paperwork, and you better follow it to a T, or your number can change, and that can affect the rest of your prison stay.
So let's look at today. Does Bryan have a job? Is he in protective kind of custody right now? I mean, is he walking out? I think he's not General Pop, because
no, he's being watched.
They're going to get him the second he's general. He's not working in the kitchen.
No,
and if he's mopping a floor, it's his own cell. They ain't gonna let anybody near this guy.
You know what's funny to say though? When he was first put in jail, he was hanging out with the Aryans. These guys were talking to him. When they went in there and interviewed him, or was this when he first got put in prison? No, this was jail.
No, jail. Just jail.
Not prison.
And they were that is on paperwork.
He was. They were interviewed the guys.
He wasn't in protective custody in jail at all. I mean, was he supposed to be? I don't know. And this is making a point. Whatever.
He was innocent until proven guilty.
Or where this makes a point to that, I don't know, but I think it's just that proves it's all bullshit.
He was talking to.
Why did they go and interview those dudes? There was no why. Why did they ask them about Bryan Kohberger?
But I understand the numbering system, and I understand that he has $40,000 worth of commissary or something.
If that's true, that's true, yeah.
And I'm sure there's people that are donating to him. I'd like for them to donate to maybe test an IgG on that.
Thank you. Yeah.
But instead of maybe giving it directly to him, just in the case he is guilty, then but
No, I get it. I do.
but I don't think because Kim was saying to me a lot, they were going to do the firing squad. They really were, scaring him into, immediate death. And, that could be, that could weigh on you. I get it.
Sure.
He has no life. He will never have, a livable life going forward. Again, that's probably why I was screamed to the hills. I'm going to die in prison. I'm going to die by firing squad. I'm going to die by some guy finally getting to me, or I'm going to die by old age, but I'm going to die in prison. I don't want to die in prison either way. Anyway,
sure.
I want to fight for my innocence.
That's some shit they sent that with no case that would ever go to court. That's to put that against him and say, oh, we're going to make a firing chamber. That's bullshit.
Well, then to add on to that, he was not looking at a fair trial. So so you're making that decision for yourself. If found guilty, they're gonna kill me immediately because they were on a witch hunt, to get him.
They can't, but they're not gonna kill him.
No,
you get appeals. You automatically get appeals in any death penalty. You don't even file for appeal. They automatically give you appeal. And
are you talking about
if I'm wrong, but I think
the fast track, Kim? Is that what you're talking about? Fast tracking the death penalty? Is that what you were talking to, or am I missing something?
Well, I just thought I have no information about that. I just know that those were talking points. That was the narrative.
Yeah.
We're building the firing chain, we're building the building for you. And they just made it seem so they were threatening that. And then, but the reason is because he wasn't going to get a fair trial because his attorney hadn't even gotten the discovery yet. They were withholding. They're still to this day withholding stuff. To this day, he has pled guilty over a year ago, and the prosecution has not coughed up all of their information. Why?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I think Brian Enton did a nice episode on that whole firing thing. And he even went over to the prison to where, Brian was going to go to and all that good stuff. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Oh, he did show it.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know that that's what I was bringing up, that fast track thing. I looked into that. They could have threatened him with that. Okay, I can see that happening. I don't think that they could have done it. It just, like I said, the guy that got me into this true crime stuff a long time ago has been sitting on death row for 40 years. This year's the year they're supposed to do it, no matter what. And from my understanding, they found a way to make it delayed again.
That's horrible. But you have to remember, Brian is in Idaho.
Well, you're right.
Whole another world.
You're right.
He could appeal, and it would be immediately denied. And then he could appeal again. There would be no long appeal process because it would just be denied.
Yes. Well, nodal, or not nodal, Jesus. The science guy, Bill Nye, the science guy, Jeff Nye. There we go. That's how I remember it, guys. That shows you my brain. Anyway, Nye said that if it were to be, and I believe this, that if an appeal came through his office, they're going to kick it right back out. Those were his
just
exact
like the
words.
Richard Allen stuff. It's just going to be a rolling. They kicked Richard's first one out, correct? Right?
Yeah.
They're going to hear it in September.
Right. Oh, but it's just,
He would have sat. I think Brian would have sat on death row for 25, 30 years easy. And who knows what in 30 years, you guys, if even a death penalty will exist. And that's why I was confused. I was confused about that in the beginning of this whole plea thing. Why? Why didn't you just take that chance? I agree with that. Take that chance. Let's see what happens. And I'm feeling, and I've said this for a long time, you guys, that. I feel like they got in his head somehow. Okay. I feel like they got in his head. They threatened him. Maybe they threatened his family, whatever, because it doesn't make any sense. The state came for it and said, we can't put him in that house. The state investigator said there's no connection. We know that they found no DNA on anything that man owns. Everything was going towards Bryan being innocent for this, and they didn't take that chance. We could never understand that. And like I said, we were told then that, some of the defense team went through and checked it out, and then they came back and said, well, this is what the death penalty thing's all about, blah, blah, blah. Could that have scared him? Sure. Maybe his mom got on the phone with him and said, Bryan, I don't want you to die. I need my son here. At least if you admit to this or whatever, I'll be able to talk to you on the phone. All of that kind of stuff could be real, folks. It could be a big part of this. But as an attorney, knowing, because we would have had, the defense knows what the prosecution has or doesn't have. They have to, at least to an extent. Okay. And I still don't understand why not take the chance. That's all I'm saying. And there's got to be something like what I said.
Here's something that's kind of interesting. So I was talking with somebody last night, right? So let's take the Mackenzie Sherilla case, all the conversation of her and her mother back and forth.
Yeah.
Has Bryan talked to his parents? I mean,
yeah.
where's his jail calls?
I've asked for them. They can't give them to us for privacy reasons.
Privacy reasons is what we're told.
So you got to think,
You don't
even
have
back to other.
privacy in Ohio.
Yeah. So, I mean, and where I was going to go with this is, what other high profile cases in Idaho that can you receive these things? Why is this just one of them random ghost cases that maybe you couldn't?
Well, look into the other case that Ann had. The other death penalty case that Hitler asked her about.
Yeah.
That guy, we could look in the case, see what options he has. If he has those options, why doesn't Bryan? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I don't know what to go ahead.
I would think if the state had just this strong case that they keep saying they had, they would want to keep the house standing so they can show and prove every little thing every step he took in that house and where that evidence is. And no, they wanted that thing demolished ASAP.
I mean, look at that perp walk they did with Mangione, huh? When they brought him in.
Well,
they stand on everything, huh?
Well, I'll say this. I think the prosecution has come out and said, we don't have a great case.
Right.
I don't think they ever was like, slam dunk, you can't wait to go to trial. I think they have always been, we have a few things. We have circumstantial evidence. We don't have a great case. That's why I was completely shocked when I heard that he was going to take the plea deal, because I still could be an Ann Taylor fan. I thought she was advocating for her client
right
rather well. I thought she did get some bad breaks. I thought some of the rulings that, Kim and some people.
You guys went
Used to being by myself.
She had to cough, so I have to mute.
Gotcha. No, I agree with you. I do. And yet there were people around them that were saying that they were told, like, yeah, Bianca's right. The G's said that it was a slam dunk at one point, no matter what.
Cyray just said it.
Yeah.
Cyray just said that if you knew what I knew, you would say he was so guilty.
Well, even at the
he won't tell us.
I think even at the plea hearing, when they basically were leaking to the media, some of the media, speculation going up to it was the prosecution is not going to offer any more information than what's in that PCA.
Right.
And I think there was some cryptic two rivers coming together type of thing out there. But other than that, there was nothing that was, above and beyond what we had kind of heard. It was just, this is what our case was. And I really thought, putting myself in Ann Taylor's place, because, sometimes I'm a fake, defense attorney, and I'd be like,
sure.
I argue it that way,
Yeah,
I thought she had a lot of meat on the, on the plate, on the bone. And
that's why it's so crazy, Carlos,
yes.
because she did till the very end, and then somebody deflated her somehow, for some reason. It's like somebody took a stick pin and went,
yeah,
and that was the end of it. She completely, all of the energy, the air, whatever you want to call it was just gone.
You can see it in her face.
But this case is essentially
I
over.
agree.
this case is essentially over, even though
Yeah,
I think, there's still a lot of energy around it, but
right.
I think in the court of law, this case is essentially over. Why can't she come out and say anything, even just
Because you know who signs that paycheck, Carlos? Mm-hmm.
Well, I agree with you, and I've said the same thing, which makes me think, well, Cy himself has said, without telling us directly, he in his interview, I think, this is my opinion, of course, he said that I believe there's going to be, and he said it twice, there's going to be another bite of the apple. And I think he said it because he knows something that we obviously don't, because he made a statement first before that, and he said that Ann stood up and put it on record and said that, Your Honor, I cannot effectively defend my client without this continuance because I haven't had the time to go through this, and that. And that statement being made, he took it like he always did. I'll take it under account, whatever. Shut up. But
Denied.
denied. He denied it all. And they knew that she needed that continuance. They knew that was going to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Okay. And they denied it. They denied everything. And in turn, it makes you wonder if they would have got that continuance, would we be sitting here having this conversation right now? Because I don't think we would.
Shit? Did Cy just come out and talk sideways because that would discredit his original investigation because he wants whatever so this can go someplace else, a different direction, and prove what really happened?
You answer.
Or is it for his own personal gain?
Yeah.
He's got to go against what he said in this case so he can get hired on other cases.
Well, yeah.
I never heard him contradict what he had in his report.
He did not.
He never contradicted what is in his report. His report stands, and his report is scathing against the prosecution.
And his book,
I feel like he just did it because
there's something behind that.
The report is the report, but I got to save face with all the people who are going to buy my products and buy my book and come to my training.
You got to think this is all coming out before this plea thing is going to expire. You got to think all this is coming out before this plea thing is going to expire.
I think this is it right here.
I don't know. I think it'll leak up.
This is in the program that's in this book that he's trying to sell to law enforcement. If he goes around telling people these cops sucked, this investigation was shit, how many people are going to buy into this program from this guy? Nobody.
Yeah.
So I fully agree that has to be why he's doing. I mean, his affidavit read clear, folks. Read clear, word for word. He said, in 30 plus years, I have never seen so much misinformation intentionally put out by the prosecution. There's something much, much larger being covered up here. His exact words. So to go from that to this makes zero sense other than what I believe I just said.
And you got to think, he wouldn't speak for some time because he was, in a government contract, huh?
Well, the little, what do you call it? NDA or whatever the hell you call it? Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Well, I think it was beyond the NDA.
Well, I mean, the gag thing, whatever you call it.
Yeah, but it was after that. He was wrapped up after the gag that he was supposedly in some working for the government. I mean, somebody called me out on that one. So,
I know what you mean. But what were you saying, Kim? I know what you mean, though, Mike. Yeah.
I just think it's funny that you could look at that Truthline book as that is him telling them they suck. That is him telling them that's what he does in that book.
It is
expert language.
You guys do things this way. You should be doing it this way because that way is awful. And that's the way you've been doing it. And if you keep doing it that way, it's off. Like, I mean, that's kind of like the gist through the whole thing.
Agree. Yeah. And even when you get into the 260s, I can't remember what chapter it is. He goes in on Judge Hippler. Like, wow, he really goes in on him too. So he shreds the investigation. He shreds the judge. Okay. I don't know if you got that far yet, Kim, but when he gets in on Hippler, it's like, whoa.
That's
and we all know with his interview with Hippler, he was like, I'm not talking about him.
Yeah, exactly.
I ain't talking about him at all.
He could put me in jail or something.
Yeah. Yeah, he's afraid of him.
What?
What do you think about Cy now?
Well, so here's my take on Cy. So I think initially I told Kim, I'm like, this is the guy who's going to swing me over the fence. I said, he is going to provide the information that I need to see that Bryan Kohberger is innocent, that he had evidence that was exculpatory. So there was a lot of statements that were coming out very early. He was well spoken. He was super knowledgeable about his product, and he was super knowledgeable about how to use that product to effectively understand where people, or at least the person's phone was, because we used to joke about the phone being on a turtle and Wawa Park somewhere.
Carlos said that he tied the phone to a turtle.
Yeah, there you go.
So
like
but he would know everything we needed to know about the phone and could go deeper than what was kind of used on the surface in law enforcement. So I was hanging on every word. What I noticed in the second hearing when he was involved, where he was kind of making some accusations, I noticed that he was very deliberate with his words, very deliberate. And if you go back and listen and you read his reports, his words are very deliberate. He's a smart dude. And I pointed them out to Kim, and she's like, you can't make that jump. And I'm like, Kim, I think this guy is smart enough to make that leap that, hey, I am going to accuse you of something without legally accusing you of something.
I have an answer for that.
Okay, but one more last thing, and then I'll turn it over to you. I think during the interview that he did with, I don't remember.
Custody Queens.
Thank you. I think that he was, the things that he wanted to make a certain point, he would. Anything that was, listen to his words. He is very deliberate with the coulds, the woulds, the shoulds, the maybes, not the, this is absolutely 100% definitive. He is very deliberate with his words.
So you're talking about his affidavit that at the first hearing, I believe. Second hearing. Okay. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my train of thought. He called out law enforcement at that time. And when he was
the prosecution.
And when he was on the stand, he said, this is a problem that can be fixed. He gave them he's like, here's the issues. You can go back and fix this. And they didn't. And when they didn't, he let it rip in his official report. His official report does not have ifs and shoulds. And I mean, he is like, you haven't looked at it. I have it. We can look at it. But yeah, he was very direct.
And the time I'm speaking of, he was not on the stand. He was in the back. He was. I gotta check that. He was in the queue, and they wouldn't let him speak.
Oh, the conspiracy theorist hearing.
Yeah.
Got you. That was a big. That was the same time that. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I was talking to.
Yep.
I mean, and she's right though. He did give them the option by making that statement to fix the problem. They never did. They left it the way it was. And at that point, I think that's when he kind of blew up at them, saying, okay, we're going to play that this way. Then I gave you the option. Here we are. So I absolutely agree with that. Speaking of all of those, what are your, unless you have anything else to add to that, Kim or Carlos, anybody, anything to add to that at all?
No, I'm good.
No, it's just disappointing because Cy was supposed to be he was supposed to be the savior.
I know.
Yeah.
And everybody saw him that way. And I even said, he's not going to come out, you guys, and say Bryan's innocent. We all knew that. Okay. What he was supposed to do was come out and show us how corrupted the investigation was based on the things they did. And I think that's what all of us expected. In that, it would have shown us the possibilities of how they really screwed this investigation up, in my opinion. So
I think Cyray was a big point for the defense, but I was always telling Kim, I'm like, what are they going to do with the couple hours or the hour and a half that the phone's off? Like, that's still a problem. That phone being off during that time, because,
it's odd.
There was so much energy around when he first left his house and he was going left or he's going right. And, and I'm sure that they could have argued that in court and had points for both sides, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we show him going this way. Well, hey, you can turn the car around, right? For prosecution and defense. But when it comes to that hour and a half of just the phone being off, unless they could extract something, which would have been a bombshell, talking about bombshells, would have been a bombshell in court that, hey, even if your phone's off, we can get this information. But I don't think there was anything that we were going to get from Cyray of substance, in my opinion.
And the sucky part is, Carlos, is I don't feel that they, in a proper case, wouldn't you have gone back and investigated further on maybe a person's habits of, even say the past 6 months? How often do they do that? Is it a common habit that he shuts his phone off? There was none of that. So, in a proper case, this would have failed like a freaking, who knows, a Griswold's Christmas.
The points that they made about that too, that Cyray said in his report, was that they omitted data that could have been used, didn't provide it for Cyray to see before the phone went off. That could have, given direction more or something like that. And when you think about, they have his car, the supposed car that they say is his, on other video cameras, like at the gas station and at that one other intersection, and they couldn't find him on cameras other places. Right. You don't think they found him? And if not, and if they didn't track him and find him on other businesses' cameras, why not? Because he wasn't there.
Yeah, it's you got to think too. It's one half of this town's completely dark. Even the stuff they did around the university with the BS that wasn't even, it's manufactured.
Yep.
Well, they stated. Oh,
Carlos,
go ahead.
Taking a quick break.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Could he be shutting down his phone if he knew he had no service? So his phone. See, that's a thing that.
Yeah, to freaking boot up.
Right, and Cy said that he's known to power his phone on and off regularly. To power cycle it. Why? I don't know if it's an OCD thing or if it's just something he does to clear his. I don't even know, you guys, why anybody would do it. I know he's OCD, but that could be.
Does he freak out when he's driving? He's like, oh, I don't got any service. Let me power down.
No, SRB went on with that.
Why the phone goes off, if it's off, whatever. It's the main point is we can't track him.
Right.
And I don't know. I just lost it. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Lots to remember there. Let me see here. They tracked the wrong time for him going. See, that's another thing. And then my understanding is that Pav, I haven't got to watch the full video yet. I think it was Tomboy that brought it to my attention. Brings up the fact that Pav did a video. I don't know if it's okay, SRB. That they may have misread the towers now or something like that. I didn't get to watch that yet. So if anybody has seen it, you might have a little bit more of an understanding than I do.
Say that again. They misread the towers.
It read the tower situation wrong or something. Pav said. I haven't seen that one yet, so I don't know.
I think Cy said that in his report. How you look at the triangles, which. Yeah, they said he was on the wrong side of the tower. Yeah, it's in his report.
All right, so that must be what she was talking about. Then I haven't had. It's been busy over here for like a week now, so I haven't got to see things that I normally would see, and
Yeah.
I need to catch up on them. But that's, I mean, I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Phone off, phone on. Where's he at? Who's taking their own car past cameras to go park near the house that you're going to go to? I don't know. I just think in this day and age, that's a super dumb move for someone who's a criminology specialist.
Agreed. I
don't
do
know.
agree. Kim and Logan, check that private chat for a minute just to answer that question, if you don't mind. What was I gonna say? I just lost my
Uh-oh.
train of thought. Oh no, it's nothing bad.
Oh,
Not really.
probably Logan.
Probably, but
It's okay. I just wanted to, that way I'm not.
Oh, someone said not just the wrong side of the tower, but misnumbering the towers.
That's what I was talking
Ooh.
about.
And I know there was a tower they were trying to avoid. Remember when Ashley Jennings tried to talk about a third tower and Hippler was like, well, if you're going to
Yeah.
bring that into the
Frank's hearing, yes.
that video clip right there should be shown to an appeals judge. Like just that clip right there. He can't do that. Because she just said it. The words came out of her mouth. So
Yep.
by him saying, well, you can't bring that into it. Well, she just did. She already said it. In
Good
my
point.
opinion. In my opinion, I don't know.
I can agree. Most definitely agree. Shoot, now I need to take a quick break. Carry on, ladies and gent, if you will. I'll be right back.
Rory.
I think we did a good job talking about most of the evidence, types of evidence. But we haven't talked about why the college kids are staying quiet.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I mean, I don't know. Some of them kind of leak out a little bit, you know.
Yeah, some more than others.
Did he freaking mute her when he left? Oh no,
Ooh.
she's not trapped.
Oh,
Oh, am I muted?
You're on now. You're good.
Oh, is it still echoing for me?
no.
It is.
No?
Oh, for me.
We are, but not her.
You're cool. Just roll it.
Oh, I don't have anything to say right now. I was just curious.
Oh, the college.
I'm sending in a FOIA right now.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know.
Carlos, are you under the impression that the car is Bryan Kohberger's car and it's him driving it?
I am under the impression that it is one of those coincidences that why couldn't it have been a black car? Why could it have been a van? Why couldn't it have been something that points away from Bryan? Why does it not point away from him? So can I say definitively no, that I think it's 100% his car? But what I do believe is, because Kim had mentioned while I was taking a break there that why would this smart person drive their own vehicle to the crime scene? And my thought is that this act has been done numerous times, and this is stalking or staking out this area has been done numerous times, and this is when urge met opportunity. That's my answer to that question. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's my answer to that. And I did notice in the chat when I was gone that people were talking about the phone being off. Did Cy say definitively that they found out the phone was turned off?
He does say the phone was off.
I think he does say definitively that the phone was turned off, and the two people that were hired, the
Barnhart.
or Barnhart, whatever. They mentioned that the phone was physically turned off as well. but someone mentioned in the chat that still could be tracked in some way. That's what I was hoping Cy Ray would come to court with, and even say in some of his interviews, or his interview after the fact, or maybe it in the book. I don't think Kim's finished the book yet. I've heard nothing of that.
He mentions, this is just fresh in my mind because I just covered it last week. He mentions the loped bar or whatever data, and I want to say that's like GPS type, but I don't think I think that's another thing they didn't turn over. Like, he was trying to get that. They were trying to say they either didn't have it. It's almost like with the AT&T thing. He went, I think that's this. I hope I'm not getting it confused. There was something like that, and he reached out to the person in charge, and the person in charge said, "Go to our patent." I think. I don't know.
It's all
yeah.
Okay.
I just think it's so strange that they ignore every other car that comes and goes in that area, but only pay attention to that one car. And it could be because they were driving out faster than normal, but the fact that they just chose to ignore, like, Molly's car and any other car in the area that night, they chose to ignore it.
I don't think that Molly's car was ignored. I think
they didn't look for her.
Yeah, they didn't put it out. They didn't put a picture out of it and say, "We want to speak to the people in this car."
And I guess that goes back to like the whole Bryan thing. They don't want to present anything on how they came up with him, and that would boil back to that. Why did they focus on that one car? Where is the paperwork on the investigation? Even off of that they, you know what I mean?
No.
It didn't start with the DNA. They had to start someplace with baseline investigation.
No, you're right. The car was the first thing.
First thing, and it was a stock image.
Yes, and it was because we even talked about it when that first came out. It was like, yes, that car could be associated with this crime. And then when the gas station manager had put out the white car coming out, I thought we thought, oh, there's a big break, not knowing what all that meant at the time. But whoever was in that white car was something.
I feel like they were around that gas station for another reason.
Think about that for a minute, though. They put out a stock image of a white car. Why did the gas station attendant have to come out with that? Why didn't they go to the gas station and get it from them? Isn't that weird?
Huh. Yeah.
Well, it probably didn't.
That's a good question.
Pretty
it
weird
was
that
within a small area of a quadruple homicide. I would have been getting every camera.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they were. Yeah, I'm sure
of businesses.
Well, I'm sure they were getting every camera, but this person came out with this well ahead of.
Let's not forget about that crash car in Washington.
They are Oh, Kim loves that crash car in Washington.
Hey, you're gonna learn to love it, brother.
Real car. That's the real car in Eugene. Listen. I put out a call to action. If anybody finds where that car is, we will raise money to buy it. We'll buy it from the junkyard.
Oh, that thing's got to have been sent by now.
I want that car.
But
they have probably, honest to God, Kim, they probably crushed that car. It's a cube now, I'm sure.
Even if it's crushed, it'll have DNA in it.
Have you tried for any FOIAs on the report of that car that was in that crash, Logan?
Get ready, Carlos. You're gonna have a big chunk of metal sit on your front porch one of these days.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Did you hear Mike's question, Logan? Go ahead, Mike, again.
Oh, I just asked if she had tried to FOIA anything on that white Elantra that was crashed in Washington.
The Oregon one?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what it was, whatever.
Oh, the white car in Oregon. I'd have to go back and look through, because I feel like I asked for something and was denied. I just don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Just do it in your sleep. You're cool.
So I got a question for you, Carlos. With everything we've hammered you with now, do you have any questions for us on this side of the fence?
Oh,
Because that's kind of how I'd like to see somebody in your position that has some common sense, such as yourself, and a brain to use, such as yourself, ask us why we feel and see the things the way we do.
I don't know about anything specific. Why the thought process that way, because I understand
Yeah,
based on the information that you're getting why you would look at it through that lens, because
and that's why you're here.
yeah,
Yes.
and I look at it through that lens as well. And then I also look at it through the lens of, okay, is that truly exculpatory?
Right.
We've had a few of these conversations where that's a good point, but does it completely exonerate Bryan? And no, it's probably police not doing what they should have done, or
Taking shortcuts.
or taking shortcuts, or someone making a statement that is contradictory to someone else who was pretty much in the same room making a different statement. So I've seen some of that, but in the end of the day, has it done anything to say that Bryan Kohberger is innocent? I haven't seen that data yet. Even a lot of the some things that were pretty compelling, like I do get stuck on potentially there being different weapons. I am kind of stuck on that a little bit. That could be possible. There could be that he had 3 different weapons on him. I highly doubt it. Could the same weapon have made some of the different type of wounds? Could be, maybe not. Someone needs to come out and say it is absolutely 100% impossible that this wound could have been made by a K-bar knife, right? I haven't heard anybody say that yet. So, but I have seen that, hey, these wounds look different. So that's compelling to me. Does that exonerate Bryan Kohberger? No, because could he have had a switch knife, a pocket knife, something else? Was he double fisted?
Sure.
I don't know, but it is compelling and it makes me think. What I would ask you is,
Amen.
What I would ask each one of you, if you could land on a theory that has enough or as much, in my opinion, evidence as Bryan Kohberger being guilty, do you have a theory that has evidence that somebody else or a group of people have done it? And how could you identify how the crime was committed, just like the details that were given against
He
Bryan?
just sent it deep.
All right, I'll start with you
Hold
then,
on,
Mike. Go
hold
ahead.
on, wait, hold on. Back up and say that last portion again, Carlos, because my son just walked in and yelled at me at the same time. I'm sorry.
Okay. That have the same amount of detail
No.
against Bryan. What theory you have that could have happened have as much evidence as the prosecution kind of said that they have against Bryan? So
Got you. Go ahead, Mikey. Yes, you can go
I'm
first.
stuck at the Bryan stage, like in piecing him into this. Everything else makes sense, but that does kind of make sense to me in a theory, but doesn't. Where does he piece it into this? Other than, and I'm not even going to say it. It doesn't make enough sense. But there's more that's coming to light that it is making things sense. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I couldn't tell you. I can't lie. I will not blow smoke up your dresser. I think that basically, I mean, I can't, Carlos. It's there. No, it revolves around, another investigation that was going on, and then whatever was going on in this house, these people happen to be, a part of, and something happened. There's a lot. So I can't do it now. I am not going to hold these people up.
Someone asked you knew about all the blood at the other apartment building.
yes.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm totally stuck at the moment.
Okay.
So what's your thought then, Logan? We'll move to you for Carlos's question. if that's okay.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I was typing a FOIA.
If in your theory of, maybe an alternative suspect or how the crime went down and who potentially could have done it, what evidence have you seen that is more compelling than what the prosecution has put together for it being Bryan Kohberger? So in your theory, what is your theory, and what is the compelling evidence for your theory?
I feel like the most compelling evidence for what I think is the blood of another male that's mixed with the victim's blood. I think that's just so huge. And all the other DNA that is unknown, never tested, that's mixed with the victims or made from the victim's DNA. That's probably the most compelling for me, which shows that there's 3 men that were there at some point got the victim's blood mixed with their very own blood. And I would probably tie that to either something to do with the frats, so it would be guys their age, or tie that something to do with the drug ring that the parents were involved with.
Yep,
One of the two.
I've heard those. And in your theory, does it include or exclude Bryan Kohberger?
It excludes him.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're on mute.
You're
Dave.
muted,
I'm
Jacob.
sorry, guys. So as to not drag this out, I can almost completely mimic exactly what Logan just said, almost word for word, because that's truly where I'm at with it, and it excludes Bryan as well. In fact, I'll even give you that up to about 6 months ago, I even said, okay, maybe he was involved somehow and just wasn't the main perpetrator, blah blah blah. I can't even look at that way now. I just don't see it at all. And I like I said before, I've tried. Bryan is involved in this, and I've even did a show not too long ago. I even asked this question. Kim will tell you, she was actually with me one time on a show, and I asked the same question. How do we know Bryan? If we, for those of us that believe he's not guilty or that he didn't do this at all, or was with somebody, how do we know Bryan?
Yeah. As time goes on, it appears that they did and brought more to light to paint him as a person than anything he actually did.
Well, yeah, I mean, agreed. A lot of this has come full circle to the point now with everything coming out that they're actually going further away from him, I feel like now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're getting further away from him. I mean, maybe I'm seeing it wrong. That's just I don't know. That's just how I see it, no matter what. I can't picture him being there at this point at all. You know how, like, I think you said it in the beginning, Carlos, where you were like, how do you like mentally visualize this person that did this? It's not him. There's nothing about him that I can connect with him to this at all, if that makes any sense. Unfortunately, I just don't. I thought maybe, everybody said, well, look at him. Look at his eyes. He's evil. He's this. He's that. I don't see any of that. I just don't see that. I don't know why. It's never been there. So maybe that's just me. Thank you, Accomplice, for that. Accomplice says, hi, what about Officer Tesdale claiming the white car as MPD's? MP report number 10. We were operating out of MPD Silver Ford Fusion. They patrolled King Queen. That's where we're going to head next, you guys. In a Ford Fusion driving east on the north side of 500 Queen Road. So, interesting point. Any thoughts on that, Carlos, at all?
Kim did tell me about that. I did not see that report or look at that, but I did hear it from Kim. So
yeah.
I completely processed that or think that that's a police vehicle that's going in and out of there that's shown on video. I don't believe it is, but there's a report out there that says something like that. Then that's.
I zoned out. What car?
The Tesdale report, where he states that it was the MPD Silver Ford Fusion that was in that area at that time.
Yeah, I did mention that to you. Yeah. I have the report. I want
Yeah.
to look at that.
So at this point, you guys in the chat, I'm gonna open it up and let you guys ask Mr. very politely, respectfully, and nicely. I'm gonna allow you guys to ask him questions, please. And please be polite. Put a Q in front of it so I know it's a question. And these questions are for Mr. Carlos. If it, if you have any thoughts, if it's not something that we've covered already. Somebody's got a phone ringing somewhere. Is it me?
Uh-oh.
Nope, wasn't my phone. Okay. I have that old school phone that says what it sounded like.
I was tricking you, Joey.
Do what?
I was tricking you.
Is that you?
Maybe.
I'm gonna hang you up. I'm gonna hang you up, Mike.
Put yours up. Ask yours.
You're messing with me. All right.
I don't have one yet.
Let's see.
Well, it sounds like I was able to answer most of the questions.
We
Then.
talked about a lot of stuff. I think
You
we
did.
answered 'em.
You did. And again, that's why I wanted to do this. I wanted to bring somebody around. Well, first and foremost, guys, we have proven with this show tonight, we have proven that it is possible to have a conversation like an adult, like adults, I should say, with somebody that has a complete opposite opinion that we do without going and saying, you stupid, blah, 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 blah. You're dumb. You're stupid. You're a conspiracy. We can do it, guys. Here's the proof right here. Okay.
Right.
And that's another reason why I wanted to do this tonight, to show people it happens. It can happen, that we can all have this conversation and work together to try to come to an I guess what you would call it an even keel somewhere in the middle as to how and why. And it's truly understandable why people can disagree on things. I get it. We don't have to try to go for each other's throats at that point, guys. There's no need for that. So that is why. And I do have some questions popping up.
And I think too, like, y'all creators out here that grind on the daily, Dago and, Logan, y'all get passion off, I feel like, too, off of like some of this, just a simple fact of the parents. I couldn't be a parent. I couldn't be a parent of an animal that was treated close to this. So it's like, everything that comes out, it's like, how could you be a parent and accept that? I ain't a parent, but
That's a good question, or a good point, Mike. So the first question I got for you, sir, is what was the first thing that made you think that Bryan was the one that did this, Carlos?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the DNA. It's the DNA.
I mean, that's what a lot of people say.
Yeah.
And I understand.
Yep.
Has Carlos seen Dylan's drawings, and what do you think about them?
I have the ones in the background in her room, right? With the
Yeah.
eyebrows and everything. Is that what we're talking about?
I believe so.
Okay. And I don't know if this person that was asking the question has been on the whole time, but this is one of those situations where I think Dylan was innocently describing somebody, and it's horrible for Bryan Kohberger if she has an affinity with eyebrows like she did in her drawings. And she's like, hey, I think the perpetrator had bushy eyebrows because she was in this state of drunkenness and tiredness and whatever. God, why does it have to? Why? I keep telling Kim all this time, I was like, why couldn't it have been a 5'2" Hispanic person? Why did it have to be
like Jose Cruz?
Jose Cruz.
Like, why does it have to be, Bryan Kohberger, who's a tall, athletically built guy?
He's kind of basketball like,
Right. I mean, gosh,
where did that come from?
So much of this could have pointed away from him in the innocent moments, or maybe not so innocent moments, 24, 48 hours after the murder. And before anybody was identified that, hey, we're looking for a white Elantra. Gosh darn it, why does he have a white Elantra? We're looking for a tall, slenderly built guy who has bushy eyebrows. Why does he have to be a tall, slenderly built bushy eyebrows? Why does the DNA have to show up on the sheath? Whether it's touch or transfer or magically appeared through nefarious reasons. Why is who is out for this guy?
With we know who is out for that.
Well,
guy.
and how many people are involved? And when two people are involved in a crime, one's ratting on the other. In this scenario, we got almost 10s of 20s of people involved, and all of them are keeping this horrific secret. All of them, even the low-level guy.
It makes it hard to believe. I agree with you.
Need to know basis.
It made me wonder here
all the time.
At a point, like did the frats and the sororities really corral these kids, or was it the FBI in those 8 hours?
In Dylan's very first interview, they specifically asked her, "Did you see his eyes or eyebrows?" And she goes, "No, I didn't see his eyes or his eyebrows. I don't know what those look like."
Yeah.
And then suddenly it changed.
Yep.
Well, didn't she say right outside the house, didn't she say that he had bushy eyebrows and was
no. She never said it ever.
I think that was almost a media spin up, wasn't it?
They planted that in her head, and then she said it in a interview a month and a half later.
She said something about one eyebrow. Yeah, exactly. It was never stated with Nunez ever.
One eye.
And then
I don't remember that.
And then I know there was some question about the height too, that she might have gotten that wrong initially, So
well, she said a couple inches taller or shorter than me, and then they just automatically said, "Oh, go ahead."
No, she said higher or lower.
Well, yeah, that's how she put it, and then they just picked the height out of that. So I never liked that.
She's like an auctioneer.
Rogue wanted to know if the DNA evidence was so strong, why do you think the prosecutor admitted to the judge that they couldn't put Bryan physically in the house after Bryan pled guilty?
Yes. And I think, so this again is the prosecution saying that we really didn't have a strong case. I don't think they came out and said those words exactly, but I don't think they ever felt overly confident, which was why he pled guilty, is still like messing with my head a little bit, because I think he could have fought this. I tell Kim all the time, as a juror, I don't know if I would have been able to convict Bryan, and I'm on the side of, I think he did it. But as a juror, I don't think I would have ever been able to convict him, even with my own, I can kind of spin this, or I can see where this may not have happened, and the way.
Right.
Somebody was signing the paychecks.
Yeah. So as a juror, I don't think I could have convicted somebody who I think, in my own mind, just sitting aside without hearing it, think that he's probably the person who did it. So legally, I don't know if I could have convicted him. That's number one. Number two, I think her question was, could you repeat the question? Because there was a point in there that I think that person made, he or she, which was a very good point that I wanted to speak to. Do you still have that?
Yeah, I'm going back to it. 1 minute.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. 1 minute here. I got to find it. This thing was moving a little bit.
About after they pled guilty, the DNA about something, even after they pled guilty or something. That was a good question. Okay.
There we go.
Admitted to the judge that they couldn't put Bryan physically at the house. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the point I wanted to make. Or I guess concede is I don't think I heard a lot during the 3 years that this was going on that just because a sheath with his DNA on it is in the house doesn't put Bryan in the house. Same with his phone. If his phone was in the area 23 times or, pinging in certain areas, it doesn't mean that Bryan was with the phone, right? So I could see that sheath could have been there, and potentially Bryan Kohberger was never in that house. Is that a possibility? Should the defense hammer that point? Absolutely. As a juror, I'm taking that into consideration, because just because someone's DNA is in the house, on an item that could be considered important in the investigation does not necessarily put them in the house at the time. Puts their DNA there, but doesn't necessarily put them in the house at that time. How that DNA got on the sheet could be contested. And
sure should be more reason to tear that house down, huh? I don't know. I guess maybe it was because the kids were peeing on it. You know, they had to put a fence up around it first.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
My name is Jeff.
Yes. KK. Cat K. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on, so kids.
That's okay. I do it all the time.
I would put his percentage of guilt in my mind at over 90%. Do I believe there's reasonable doubt? Absolutely. Do I think in a court of law, if I sat there as a juror, could I convict this person? I don't think I could. They don't have enough evidence, in my opinion, to necessarily convict him. But do I think he did it? I unfortunately I do. Guess what?
I thought Jackie's vape was under her head.
That was
what I
Kaylee's
thought.
own vape. That was her vape. It was a Juul. His what started with a B, and it wasn't in the house.
So then,
Wait, it's written in a document that way, or we're just figuring that out from looking at pictures?
No. It's in a document that so she uses Juul vapes. There was a Juul vape. It was in a document under her, which is her own vape.
Yeah.
And Jack D stated what vape is his, and it starts with a B. It's called like a Benson or a something B, and that was not found in the house.
Didn't she say come get your vape?
Yeah. So all of this Jack D's vape is there, wasn't there.
Yeah, where did that even come from?
Which part?
that was part of the reason why she contacted him.
Yeah, come get your vape.
Oh, that's what she was calling him?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
She did.
Did
they ask?
He was calling me because my vape.
I believe he said
It's
it
in the
one of the
messages.
Yeah, it's in the messages.
Oh, I gotta get caught up on that one.
It's not number 42. It's there.
It's not number 42.
I know.
No. Hold on. I had a. Someone was after cover. Wait. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. There it is. That was the name of it. Black Baton Vape. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they were definitely asked very specific on that. Oddly.
Carlos, I asked a question. If you answer, I will move. I will move the fence.
Move to fence.
What's?
Oh, she'll move to the fence. Okay.
What was the question
from Jace? Right.
I'm
Jace?
looking now to try to see it.
Thank you for that, Jace.
Thank you.
We'll find it.
I'm looking. So they're saying in the chat that vape was on the nightstand. I remember seeing one in a photograph, but it was it the same one? Oh, where are you at, Jace? I don't see it. I think part of the problem too, just as we're scrolling here to find this, was with the jury. I think they knew that a jury was going to be tainted no matter what, wherever they were at in Idaho. Oh, no, that's not it. Any thoughts on while we're waiting, Carlos, since I'm trying to find Jace's comment, any thoughts on the fog lights?
Oh, this is funny.
Or their lack of?
I just saw the
gosh,
vape
we
thing.
keep going back and forth on these fog lights.
Mm-hmm.
I've focused less on the fog lights and more on there's no license plate in the front. And I think we argued each of those points back and forth with equal vigor and little results on either. So,
Gotcha.
I don't know. Is my answer about the fog lights and were they fake fog lights and are they real fog lights? And
that's a good neutral point.
Yeah.
Jace, can you re-ask your question in the chat? Because I cannot find it.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Now I'm intrigued, Jason.
It may have rolled off too, because it's been a minute.
Yeah.
What do you think about Brian saying when he was arrested, did anybody else get arrested?
Oh, I love that. So we talked about that early on, and then wasn't that statement recanted?
It was a different one, I think, about
No, that
like-
was the statement that Brian Enton created.
Oh, so that one was
okay.
yeah.
So it was okay. Yeah.
The one that was real, the one that his attorney said he did make was the whole, I can't wait to be exonerated for this.
Yeah,
It's the
that
one
came
that
from
is
his attorney.
Okay. Yeah.
that
Because
was his real statement.
we were debating that first one. I was like, oh, that's intriguing. You know,
right.
there could be more people are involved. But then when I heard it was recanted in some way, I was like, well, okay. Then
After that, everything went dark. Lights
Yeah,
out.
What
They
was that
came-
question you had on there a second ago?
Captain
Captain something?
Jenks. It was about that right there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on, so I'm.
What do you think when Kohberger was arrested? He asked if anybody else was arrested. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
statement we were told was not a true statement.
Okay. And does Captain Jenks know that it was supposedly recanted, or?
I do not know that, sir. Cap. Maybe he does or doesn't. He might know now, but
Okay.
Oh,
he
there's
was
Jace-
missing for a
Jace
little
wrote the
while.
Question.
I'm sorry. There it is, right there.
All right.
Carlos,
There we
how
go.
did Brian stabbed the victims that many times with defense wounds and changed clothes multiple times with no bloody footprints between rooms and none leaving the house in 15 minutes or less?
Yeah.
That's a good one. We did not talk
There's
about the footprints.
no dog in that.
Can you
fight,
keep that
brother.
up for a second?
Why? So you could.
There's many elements in here that I want to make sure I cover, because I do want to talk about the bloody footprints. So that's a good part of the question. The timing, I don't know, Jace, if you're around early on in this live, we actually showed a video of a turtle taking off a onesie. So I would have done that probably 10 times as fast as the person did it. So I think that I think the crime could have happened within the time that they said, even with all those stab wounds. I believe they could have left the house, even if they're trying to lock it from 17 minutes after the hour to 22 minutes after the hour, where you see the car going real fast around the corner, that the person could have left the room, got to the car, disrobed, jumped in the car, and sped off, and that could have happened within that 5 minutes. I believe that could have happened as well. The bloody footprints, however, I would ask this group, if it was multiple people that committed the crime, where are their bloody footprints?
They got cleaned up. They got mopped away.
By whom?
Either maybe there were shifts of people that came in the house. The
Either-
frat.
They're clocking in.
I think they were incorporated in with the folks or the firemen that floated Bryan Kohberger in there. In and out.
Yeah.
I mean, you can mop your way out the back door.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming if there was blood, bloody footprints, that there would have been some type of, either cleaning fluid or some type of smearing or something. But
Well, think about this. There's a latent shoe print outside Dylan's door.
Yeah.
The word latent means, well, does it have to be blood, or is it just a protein that's on it? If you have a latent print, is it just
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
I think it's just you can't see it with the naked eye, no matter
That's what
what
I
it
was thinking.
is, right?
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
so you would call, well, what else would show up besides blood?
Well, anything. I mean, you could have dust there and you step on
But
it,
it's
and
a
it would make
print.
it would make an impression in dust.
But so if I have mud on the bottom of my shoe and I take a step, I'm going to see the print.
Yeah.
But this is washed away. The dirt's not there anymore. You washed it away.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the fact that they claim to have found Bryan Kohberger's car by running his Pennsylvania license plates, but when they ran the Pennsylvania license plates, he had already switched his plate, so there wouldn't have been any way to run his Pennsylvania plates.
His dates don't line up.
They don't.
Never would have went to trial.
So let me ask you this: I thought about that a little bit because I did hear Kim talk about that. From what I understood, there was somebody at Washington University. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, this is all from memory. Somebody at Washington University within the first couple of days after they were notified, hey, please look for this vehicle, that someone wrote down a license plate of a car in their parking lot that matched the vehicle. So that was put here, right? Set aside. I don't think they necessarily equated it with the crime, but they did their due diligence and wrote that number down and set it over here. I think when a little bit later on, when this was all kind of confirmed or whatever, that it was Kohberger through the DNA, they went back and said, hey, did anybody have this information? And they ran that plate that was written down on day 2 or 3. And at that time, he still had the Pennsylvania plate. That's my understanding of that. I could be completely wrong, but that's kind of what I heard.
I'm in a super pickle, Carlos. I feel like they pulled it from the paperwork from when he originally went there and applied for the parking permit and wrote down his Pennsylvania.
That could be that, but still, if they had a plate, like if I was collecting license plates and I had one from 2010, and they came in and said, hey, where's this license plate from? Like say it was in the bottom of a river. Whose car is this? They could run that plate and see who the previous owner of that vehicle was, right? I mean,
definitely.
They don't go dark, I think, after some time. So whether it was for, hey, we got to pull something that says, let's pull it from, when he got the parking pass, or when some supposed police officer did some due diligence and wrote down some license plate numbers, a day or two after the murders, they still could get that information, is from what I understood.
It was probably all in that time when they said we couldn't talk about any of this on the radio with the police, though. Yeah.
No, I do remember them saying that. Like,
I'm just being a smart ass, Carlos.
No. That's a good point, Mike, because why were they trying to keep it, which goes to your theory a little bit, if I can be honest, why were they trying to keep it off normal police radio? Did they think that there was some police involvement? Was one little shady of the other? Was Moscow shady of Idaho?
Right.
I think there was orders from the FBI, and they didn't want any of these rookies to speak, that they would just blab it out. So they just said, hey, don't talk on the radio.
Keep it on the DL.
Shady of, the city police, was the FBI, shady of, the state police. They did say keep it off the radio and
don't do nothing until you talk to me. That was like, wait a minute now. What do we got going on here, bud? You know what I mean? I agree with that one. That's wild.
That is a good defense point that, again, if I was sitting on the jury, I'd be like, why did you guys think to be a little more cautious with your brothers, and sisters? Come on.
Right. So let me see here.
Did someone just say they were guilty, or were they just being funny?
That's Jace.
All right. Way to go, Jace.
They're gonna be blocked now. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, that's good. If you have a clear thought process and you feel that way, I respect it fully.
Yeah, it's
there was that other question. I had it and I accidentally took it down. I'm sorry. Where'd it go? 1 minute. Yeah, there's a whole other story about that license plate thing. Well, I think it's WSU PD or Pullman Curtis Whitman. It's believed that he wrote down the original plate number. Lana did a whole show on this.
Oh, okay.
The original plate number that must have been written down at some point and didn't run the new plate. It's a whole thing. So, and I can't give details because I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched like shorts on it. So, clips of it. I'm sorry. But I think that's what some people in the chat are talking about. Where the hell did that question go? Well, did you guys see the question I had on screen? The question I had on screen and then it disappeared.
The one from Summer, Jaden?
No.
Oh.
I don't think I had that one pulled up. 1 minute. I'm working. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Maybe start with a P. All right. No one.
Trying to follow these. Was it accomplished day? I think it was their question. Where's it at now, though? Okay. Well, let's ask that one real quick. I am behind. Not sure if the question was asked. What about waiting 8 hours? Well, yeah.
Oh.
That your opinion for them on the wait 8 hours. I know you spoke on it, but for them to call 911.
Well, I'd like to state that point again because it may be late. And I know we talked about this, like what got you interested in the case, I would think was the very first question that you asked. What got me interested in this case is we literally saw the first news footage of this crime happening in Idaho. Kim and I were together. We saw the news footage.
There it is.
And they stated a few times that it was literally 8 hours after, that a lot of time had passed. I don't know if they locked it down to 8 hours, but a lot of time had passed before they actually called 911. And we looked at each other, was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
And, that just seemed, check the people in the house. They had something to do with it because this is not right.
Absolutely.
I mean, that was our first thought. And what got us hooked on this case was, why did they wait till the next day, almost in the afternoon, to finally call 911 when this happened the night before?
And then you get the raggy moment of the defibrillator.
Yeah.
No pulse. Just check. No. Defibrillator.
Oh, you know what? I was listening to another case this past week and heard the 911 call, and they did the exact same thing.
Yeah? I wonder what that was all about.
One of their first questions was about a defibrillator.
Yeah?
Really?
Yep.
What planet was this
so
on?
weird. What planet?
And interesting.
I don't know.
Somewhere in the Midwest, I bet, huh?
Yeah.
Probably Utah.
Probably. I'm more than likely Florida.
Hey, you piss off, Joey.
So they were asking, how did none of Maddie and Kaylee's blood ever mix with Ethan and Xana's if there was one attacker? And I know we touched on that slightly earlier as well.
Well, let me say this, that I have heard from some folks who kind of do a deep dive on my side of the aisle here a little bit.
Sure.
That
so you've seen it on the internet.
Yeah. That there is rumors of a report of that actually being true, that there is Maddie and Kaylee's blood in Ethan and Xana's room.
I want to see it.
Yes.
No, where?
No, that hasn't been released yet. That there will be a report of this coming out.
Okay.
Now I'm with the show me the report, right?
Yeah, right.
So I don't believe anything until I, see.
Now,
he's a paperwork guy.
We do have 3 years left of unredacted documents to be released for us still. So, because he worked backwards. So is it in that somewhere? I don't know. And if it is, then okay. Then if that's the case, then why are all these arguments at this point about the fact that there is no blood transfer? Because if that's the case, it should have been talked about right away. Okay.
Right.
And
if that were
because
the case,
I you know what I just thought of too, Logan? Shit. You remember the by the way, I think your echo cleared up. That's weird. Knock on wood.
I don't know about that.
The Thyray interview. Remember when Kristen asked him that same question and he goes, I think I may have to beg to differ with you because I believe that there might be. So
yep.
if that's true, then that would play to what Carlos just said, that there may be a report that has not been released.
Yep.
And I think the person that I heard it from, and again, I'm just going off memory. I didn't write it down.
Yeah.
Is there a person from the Idaho Statesman named Fixler?
Yes, Kevin Fixler.
Kevin.
Yeah.
I think
he did something just this last week, or within the last 9 days.
I mean, here's the thing, folks. If we get into what years did we cover? 26, 25, 24, I think we're in with these documents released. So if we go back through 23, 22, and there's a report in there, okay, fine. But here's my point. Why are they going to withhold that information in all these other new documents is my question, okay? Why did that not come out in the Sutton report? Why did that not come out in Turby's report? None of that. That's my problem.
It'd be some funny shit, though. What Whitcomb brought out, that the downstairs bedroom played a part in this, which I think would pin to the blood of, yep, exactly.
Well, my thing is, if they're releasing documents, why not be strategic in a way to, if the families are concerned, about what's being done, on the internet, if, the prosecution's concerned about what's being done, why not release the most damning evidence against Bryan immediately and put the majority of that to bed? But no, you leak or you release things slowly, haphazardly sometimes, right?
Trickling, yes.
Trickling, and it's all minutia, and you're trying to make it fit to something that, hey, how can I lock this in on something, because it's without another piece of that puzzle. It's just one dangling piece that we can't lock with everything.
Or you got a book that comes out that, then a doc or whatever document comes out after, and it's like, oh wow, that pieces to that.
Yep.
And how many times have we said, if you have this damning evidence against this guy, okay, that you have convicted for this, why would you not lead with any of this? Okay. I mean, I've said this 10 million times. Nobody believes this guy did it. Well, not nobody, but most of us. Mm-hmm. So you're claiming that he did it. You have this damning evidence. Where the hell is it?
They stuff that shit with the DNA.
Why would you not show that first?
And then Cy-Ray freaking talk sideways.
I don't understand any of that. I would bring, if I was prosecuting somebody and I had some kind of crazy ass damning evidence, whether, I'm making an example here. I know we'll never see something like this because it doesn't exist, but a video per se of him going in this house and coming out covered in blood. Okay.
Right.
Exactly. That's the first thing I would show the world. Here it is. This is, and none of us would be sitting here right now. I'll tell you right now.
Right.
At some point, it should make some people wonder, why would this make two agencies, law enforcement agencies, act like this? I don't know. I'd be scared to live in either state if that's how they do it every day of the week.
The question that's on the, goes right to the question that's on here. If they got the right guy in prison, I would add to that question, if they got the right guy in prison, why not completely lift just all the everything, let everybody speak freely? You know, it's almost like Cy-Ray was measured a little bit, even though I think he was speaking as freely as he could, but there were some things that he was holding back, and he would even say, well, that hasn't been released yet or something. Mm-hmm. So he was a little bit measured.
He would speak on things he shouldn't have knowledge on, and then he held back on things that he's like, oh, well, about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I feel, in my personal opinion, that's Whitcomb's buddy.
Which one?
Cy-Ray.
Oh.
I think those two are tied together.
I mean, and at this point, anything's possible.
I think all three of those.
Anything is possible at this point. Cy-Ray claims they have sufficient evidence to convict BK he did say that, 10 out of 10 at a jury trial. And then he chuckles a bit. Looks like he's checking to see if we bought right. I know what you mean. I remember watching. There's a reason why Santa said they weren't going to use the IGG. Why do you think that is, sir?
Well, because they knew they did it the wrong way.
That motherfucker never even had a freaking footprint.
Yeah. And, it was supposedly, because the IgG was just a way to identify what they're trying to say without saying is, look, we took this as a tip to say, look at the son of this person, right? And then what they did was they before they stormed the house, they took their garbage, confirmed that the father or the perpetrator, the father lived in that house.
Was the son of the father. Yeah.
It was the son, it was the son of the father, right? So the father lived in that house in Pennsylvania. So they got the garbage. Then, we want to go in and match finally Bryan, because now that we got the father, we can go in and arrest Bryan,
Right.
and match his DNA to what we found the DNA to be on the sheath. And that's what they wanted to take to trial, was the garbage pool got the father, the SWAT team getting the suspect, and matching the suspect's DNA to the sheath. They don't want you to see the shiny object, which is IgG that's out here.
Oh, right.
I don't necessarily agree with.
I got you. It makes sense. That's a good point. It is a good point.
Seems like that IgG was full of lube.
The IgG bothers me in so many different ways. The way it has been presented to the world, I just don't like it. Phoebes was saying in chat after this was brought up about this other possible document that you were bringing up, said that there's one that exists, and then said mixture of Kaylee and Maddie is 90% to 10%, but no other mixtures between upstairs and downstairs, no mixtures between Xana and Ethan. So again, that plays the question, one knife, one person, one weapon, 4 victims. It just doesn't fit. You know what I'm? Whoa. Hi, Kim.
No, especially once you look at the
No problem.
wounds. It doesn't fit.
So
hold that. Go ahead with that one. I have to run. I'll be right back, and then I'll slip it out when I come back.
Okay.
Sorry.
So this is curious, and it's good to see this. Dago also put up a little question that was up there real quickly and said that Fixler is as bad as Etten. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think
so. I did see that statement, and yeah, I think anybody who's kind of on this side, I do try to take it with a grain of salt. Brian Etten, who's Ashley Banfield, Fixler. I do take it with a grain of salt, and maybe they're as bad, but what I'm trying to gather is what they're saying, not who they are. Just like if it was coming from someone on the other side, I try to
because they all
saying, not who they are. And if it's true that 6 months from now or a year from now that it comes out that, hey, there is a report out there that shows that there is some type of mixture of blood from upstairs to downstairs, that would be very compelling. That would be very interesting. It would lean back to the sole perpetrator, or at least be a little closer to the sole perpetrator. I think one of the things, because there wasn't any transfer thus far that we've seen, it could lead to multiple assailants. So.
That question right there is a quote. That's how it was worded in the report. Like, that's the statistics. Like, there was a 90% Maddie to 10% Kaylee in the same room, but nothing between the rooms. Like, that's the official word we have from the reports.
Okay,
so.
No mixture between. Yep. No mixtures between Xana and Ethan. Okay, got it. Okay.
It's sad that the media folk can't. You got to sit there and think, as professional as they think they are with any other, documents or whatever that come out, they just turn a blind eye to it and don't even, it's pretty ridiculous. I don't know.
Well, I have to say, this has been pretty enlightening for me. I have heard Kim talk about 90% of what we talked about. I did learn a couple new things here today, so that was good.
There's so much.
There is a lot.
I was surprised. I'm like, wow, we've talked about that. Wow, we've talked about that. So
Yeah.
just to have a couple things is really good.
Yeah.
'Cause it's hard to know everything.
I guess there's like so much that like stuff comes out, and I feel like things that come out, there's like there's back things that like pin to it. So you gotta like, oh, well, you got to remember this, this, and this. That makes sense.
Right. I think the puzzle pieces that are coming out are from different sides of, they're not close together. You almost have to like really try to make the connection to everything that's coming out. But no, I did learn some things. I will say though, I'm still a guilter. I feel like I'm, I want something really concrete, especially with any alternative suspects or theories. I want to see some evidence, that is stronger than what's currently, even though it's circumstantial currently to what I see today.
But they ignored all that. They didn't do anything with any of the stuff that could have shown anybody. So
Sure.
So I guess, Carlos, like if something happened, to one of your children, and
she puts
you looked at these interviews and you were like, man, they didn't even push that kid. That kid just said she was my child's best friend. I mean, that would make me feel some kind of way. Everything was just like, oh, well, it was just so vague. I don't know. I'm not a parent, but I don't like all these interviews with these kids.
Oh,
I'm not a parent, but I don't think I could just sit there and go, oh, wow, they did a great job. Like, it was just brief questions. What's your favorite food? Oh, well, what time do you go to bed?
Do
Sorry
you
about
believe
that.
Bryan did it alone?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do, until I really see that, I think there are some things that are compelling, like the knife wounds, I think is really compelling. And I think that if there was some type of cleanup, it didn't come from Bryan. So if someone could prove that there was a cleanup, that would be very interesting. But there absolutely was a cleanup to, there really wasn't a cleanup.
there's no footprints leading out of the murder rooms.
Yeah. And I've also seen the murder rooms floors, and there's not a lot of blood on the murder rooms floors.
Xana's room there is.
Where she lay, but
no,
not
it was all over.
not
It was up by
exit
the
of the door.
Yeah.
Because I seen that photo. Yeah, I seen that photo.
I do know something
Why can't we hear Bryan Kohberger's interview?
right.
Oh,
No, I want to hear it too.
But
Yeah,
why won't they release it? Why can't we have it?
Where's the recording that got lost from Gilbertson?
Well, Dago said something very interesting, which was one of the things that I learned today. He said that they are releasing documents in reverse order.
Oh yeah.
So his interview happened when?
First.
Yeah.
So in reverse order, it'd be last for us to get, right?
But they also claim that we'll never get that, though.
Yeah, I FOIA'd that. They won't give it to us.
Why?
Anything that the FBI acquired, we can't have. There's many suspects, or
Yep.
I guess I shouldn't say suspects, but people that they thought in the beginning could have a potential interest, and we can't get their interviews either.
Right. And then, like Tomboy is pointing out, we found out that there was that interview. There is a written report, a very minimal written report, and it claims that there was one of those little hand recorders that Gilbertson had when they sat down and spoke to Bryan. And conveniently, Carlos, as many other things have been conveniently happening, that is just missing. They can't find it. It just disappeared.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And again, these are the reasons why, sir, that we are like we are in some senses, because that happened. The refrigerator was conveniently left open. There was supposedly a fire or something. I don't even know if that's true, but there's many things like this that just seem to happen. You know what I mean?
I feel like somebody needs to pin this up on the billboard at the welcome station when they come into Idaho. Like little flyers. Like here's the happenings of
Right.
Idaho. Yeah. Get it.
Idaho has many lawsuits about over redactions and what they're doing with FOIA requests. Like
I think it's a big ring, Kim.
It is such a big deal. They just submitted a bill into their state legislation to deal with it, to make it, to address it.
I feel that they fuel their own state off a ton of funding off of that basically fuels around corruption. And it's a whole ring. They're all in bed with each other. You got to think. Homeboy spent how many years? 30, huh? And no trials.
Bill Thompson.
So,
What's crazy is every bit of information that was obtained in this case, whether it was by FBI, ISP, it doesn't matter. Every bit of that was transferred to MPD. MPD is the owner of this case. So MPD has every single piece of information that the FBI, ISP, or anybody else provided to them. There's no reason we should be denied because FBI was the original person that got it. It doesn't matter. It was still transferred to MPD.
And like Tomboy said, they say that you can FOIA the FBI. But every time it tries to happen, it's denied because of, let me see, national security issues or privacy issues, or somebody didn't wear red underwear that day. I don't know. They give the dumbest answers you can think of for this shit, and then they just walk away like no big deal.
Oh, I still FOIA the FBI knowing darn well I'm going to be denied, but I still do it just for that record of it.
Well, how about you check out something else and FOIA something with the FBI and see what they say. I wonder what they say. It'd be something if they come back with something.
Miss Potts did a FOIA to try to get some information, and the answer she got back on that was something in regards to because of national security, they cannot release information. It was in that boat. I can't give exact words, but
WITSEC, NatSec.
WITSEC, NatSec, all sorts of things were in that statement. So it's like, what the hell are you talking about here?
Spanglish.
So I don't know.
I think that one was they just don't want to give away their secrets of how they do stuff.
Yeah, it's just a spin. They spin you out, They just hit pulse and freaking, there you go. On to the next one.
What about the interview Yessie did where she said Dylan told her she saw a masked man kill Ethan, but Dylan originally interviewed saying she didn't even know Ethan was there or that he was dead?
I didn't see that interview.
It just came out this week.
Okay. All right.
There's a lot in that interview.
Okay.
There's a lot.
Yessie also said that Dylan wasn't drinking or drinking much that night at all as well.
And Dylan was not where Dylan said she was that night before going home and the way she got home.
Which we've also been pulling that apart in more than one video. So,
so I got to get caught up a little bit because I did not see that video.
Yeah, they're coming out like crazy.
Okay.
We're getting all kinds of interviews.
All right. I missed that one. Sorry. I don't have an opinion about that because I didn't see it or hear it yet.
It's going to be tough, Carlos. It's racing season.
I know.
You got a wrench on them cars at least 2 nights a week.
Let's see.
Yeah, there was many people that claimed that Dylan wasn't drinking that night. Many. And that's Dylan's go-to for why she can't answer things. So,
yeah.
Lori, good night, Lori. She said, "Great to see you."
No, good night, Lori.
It's very hard, I think, for a lot of us, Carlos, to not believe that Dylan Mortensen has and believe me, we're attacked daily by people. If we even say Dylan's name without pronouncing the N correctly, they're coming for our throats because she's a victim. You need to leave her alone and all that fun stuff. But everything we've spoken about on her has been brought on by her herself. Nobody's picking on her. But there we go. There's more comments that are coming out of Yessie's interview. She's telling one thing, and we have another interview where she's okay. For instance, just a real quick, she says that she got a Sobro to bring her and Lakeland McComas back to the house because Lakeland was so drunk she couldn't walk.
Mm-hmm.
then Kennedy Fitzgerald says, well, I walked them halfway home at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
Dylan
I
said she
think-
was home by 1, and they walked straight on by the turnoff, to walk to the house. And
I think that was the night before, actually.
that I don't even know though, but that's what I'm saying. We're getting all this information, and we're just supposed to say, okay, Bryan did it. You know what I mean? That's what the problem is.
And that boils back to the problem is the investigators, as we're saying, didn't do their job, because we wouldn't have to guess this.
And there's also stories that we're finding places too, Carlos, where people are being told stories by Dylan like the day after, the day of, that don't line up with anything we've been given in documents or anything. Stories that she's telling personal people, like through social media or personal friends and stuff like that, that are completely different than what she's done in her interviews.
So I do want to speak to that, because I did listen to most, I don't know, 75% maybe of the Yessie interview. And if you're saying that the Dylan interview that I need to see is the Yessie interview, then it's not a Dylan interview. Is there another Dylan interview, or is it
like 5 of them?
okay? Or is it just Yessie talking about Dylan, what she told her?
Yeah.
Yes, he was interviewed.
Yes, sir.
Talks about her night when she was with Dylan, all the and what she was told by Dylan.
Okay, but so I wouldn't hold much credence to that, because it's everybody's has a different. Everybody sits in a room and sees something completely different.
Well, if somebody's at a party with you, or
Right.
not.
So I guess what I'm saying is there a Dylan interview that I haven't seen yet?
Probably.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And there's transcripts that came out from the grand jury.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a whole.
Yeah. Did you hear that the grand jury made a statement? People from the grand jury made a statement that that based on Dylan's testimony, that in some senses they would have wanted to indict her.
Yeah. That was a classic. That was a big old. Oh my goodness.
They struggled with her statements as well. I mean, it's again, we're not just making this stuff up. You know what I mean?
No, I see. I think we're at a pretty good point where I think we're up to where I need to get maybe a little bit more. Some more information is dropped. I probably need to get a little bit more information. So maybe this is a good breaking point. If you don't mind, I'd love to do this again.
Oh, this is what's up, Carlos.
Yeah. Okay.
You weren't getting away with this a one and done, bud.
Okay. This is. I think this is really good dialogue. I think it's good for everybody to kind of hear maybe both sides, and
definitely.
I know it's been good for me to hear a lot. I think there's a lot of things I need to get caught up on, and
I was hoping that we didn't scare you away to not want to come back, because I would love to do this again.
No, I'd love to. I think this was a really good dialogue, and I think for me personally, this is how it should be done.
Yeah.
I see a lot of bickering, and I try to stay away from that, but to me, this is how it should be done. I clearly hear your points, and it's helping me lean. It's not there yet.
And
I'm
understand. We're not trying to change your mind. We're not trying to force you to look at it our way or else. It's not like that at all.
Right.
We want to understand, in some senses, why people that are what we call guilters. I hate calling you a guilter because I don't see you that way. But people that are guilters think the way they do when we see things the way we do, and then we just don't understand how you guys look at it and don't see it how we do. Do you know what I mean?
Right. No, I get it. Hopefully I was able to, kind of explain why, I kind of feel the way that I do. It's not scientific. It's just kind of me and my mind and the way I think. And
absolutely.
I like to hear both sides of the story and try to make an informed decision. I am the type of person who I'm very intentional with people's words, like what people say. I really kind of try to listen and hear that. And I think there's a lot that goes into that. I think you guys have presented all of this evidence excellent. Thank you for doing it the way you did. Much appreciated. I'd love to continue to have the conversation.
And thank you for listening to it too.
Sure.
Very much.
Yeah. I'm still going to work on where Carlos's train went off the tracks with Kim because they were dedicated together on the same track for a minute.
I know, Mike. It's a travesty.
He must have had a medication change or something, Kimmy.
So, for a final question for you, Carlos, Jeff
Sure.
is asking, from 1 to 10, how reliable is IGG in your mind, in your view? Good question, by the way, Jeff.
That is a great question. Yeah. Wow. How reliable is IGG? Well, I guess in this case, 100%, because it did link they did make the connection. So, but I think, and again, we watched that series, that IGG series with CC Moore some 10 years ago or whenever that came out. I know it was a long time ago. I was absolutely intrigued. I do think it's more of a art than a science. So I am going to say I would give it a 7, because if you don't have the artistic mind to do this, science isn't going to bring you to the right family tree. And you have to do a lot of research to find out, were people adopted? Were people living in the city? Are they, somehow connected through, a second marriage? I mean, there's a lot of art to this. So I'll give it a 7.
Each one of these guys, like all these creators out here, some people are like, we can't cover the same thing. Every creator brings something different to the table.
Yes.
Dago focuses on points. Logan does. It's all different. Your wife, same thing. It's all, one mind, in my opinion, is messed up as any case can be or not. It takes multiple people to figure out these things.
Well, it takes a village for sure with this, especially in a case like this. I agree.
Yep. Oh, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, again, I want to thank you. I know the whole community has been thanking you for taking it. You took it well too. I know it's probably hard, because I know it's hard for us when we have to take it like that too. But I appreciate your respect, and I think we all respect you deeply. And I am definitely looking forward to having another go round with you on this. Maybe by that point, something else will drop. There'll be more information, but I'm sure, knowing Miss Kim, she'll get you caught up on as much as she can. That's for sure.
Yep. I think I'm a week behind things, so I need to get caught up. But it was race week, so
definitely
on other things.
That's what's up.
And make sure you're being careful with that stuff, because I used to work at Sharon Speedway on the rescue crew with it. Yeah, so I've seen it. And good luck with it. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
So at this point, do you have any last thoughts, sir, before we close out for the night?
No, I just really appreciate the conversation, the respect. I think the way you guys approached me made it be easy to have a conversation with all of you. So
we appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't act like you don't bring anything to the table.
Yeah, it's, I guess real quick before I always forget this. 1 minute. 1 second, everybody. My apologies. So real quick, I want to thank Kat for the jewels. Thank you, Jace, for the super chat again. Very much appreciated. Accomplished day as well. Miss Kat again with the jewels. There again, Miss Bianca. Thank you. And congrats on 11 months in the Bronx Tales True Crime community. I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Kat again. Deb in space. Thank you. Michelle, thank you so much for that membership. Whoever got it, welcome to the sauce. Miss Kat again with the jewels. Mystic Sin, thank you so much for the super chat. Hoppy, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Offset Guitar Tech again for a Bronx Tale membership. More jewels. Thank you, Ms. Linda. Looks like Jules Down Under dropped on 5 Bronx Tales memberships. That's awesome. Deb in Space dropped another one. Again, Mystic Sin, thank you. Deb in Space became a new member. Is that over there or over here? I didn't see where that went through at. Wherever it is, you're welcome.
It's in space.
It's in space. That's right. Well, congrats and welcome to the family. Either way, we're all one big family here. So thank you for that, Deb. Thank you, Ms. Rowe, for the jewels, and Blue Eyed Butterfly as well. Ms. Bianca, more memberships at the Bronx Tales community. Very nice and sweet of you. Thank you for the jewels. Good vibes, Miss Jen. Thank you so much for the typically unique membership. Bronx Tales membership and the cafe membership. Very much appreciated, Miss Jen. We love you.
Jen's best.
Yes, we do. Miss Jen
Jen
does.
rocks.
She's awesome. SRB dropping 80 jewels. Clock it.
Clock it.
Let's see. Mandy Joe dropped in 10. Thank you for that. Offset Guitar again for another Bronx Tales membership. Miss Bianca as well. Thank you. Truth Sleuth, more jewels. These jewels things are getting me. Tons of them. Thank you for those. Yes. I think that's everything. I think I got you all, and we appreciate each and every one of you for all of that. You guys are amazing and beautiful people. You are appreciated. So thank you. Thank you. Ms. Kim, do you have any last thoughts before we decide to call it a night?
I just want to express my appreciation to everyone in all the chats for your kindness and openness to listening to Carlos and asking great questions and engaging in a really good discussion. And thank you to all you, to Dago, Mike, and Logan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Logan. I have to unmute you. There you go. You're good.
I just wanted to apologize to everybody for the super late start today as we had tech issues, but that's okay. We got over it. We're good now. So thank you for joining us tonight, everybody in chat, all of the mods, and definitely thank you to the panel and Carlos for being here with us and putting up with us tonight. This was so much fun, being able to just chit chat and, throw ideas out there, kind of go back and forth on certain topics. It's just a really good time. And yeah, it's good to do something like this. So I really do want to do a part 2 sooner rather than later. If we can, that would be great. So thank you everybody for joining us. I hope everybody has a safe evening. Do something nice for yourself. Be kind, but more importantly, be kind to your animals.
Amen to that one. Thank you, Miss Linda, again for the jewels. Mikey, your thoughts, sir?
I just want to thank to everybody in chat that comes out and watches us every weekend. You creators that grind on the daily to put all this stuff together. And then Carlos for being the amazing husband supporting Kim in her journey after she retired, and he's still out hustling, and he has to come home, and during and after dinner he's been listening to her talk about the same case for a minute now. That takes she's an amazing woman, Carlos. That's y'all's relationship, and just that's a blessing. And it's a pleasure, and I appreciate you coming out here and
Mike
being with us
you.
tonight. Oh, you don't even know, Kim. It's probably good that we live a distance away.
Yes, but, I agree.
Yep, that's about it.
I agree with Mikey. We appreciate you allowing us, sir, to have your wife the times that we do get to have her in her mind. It's very, because I know she spends so much time with this. I know she does, because we do, and she's here with us. So we thank you and appreciate you helping to support that. That means a lot to the whole community. And I want to thank you again for joining us tonight, for taking this, because I'm sure I'd have been a little nerve-wracked knowing I was going into a community like this, probably worrying that the hatchet was going to get thrown left and right. But I was bound and determined to protect you up here tonight to make sure nobody did that. So
thank you.
We do appreciate it very much. I can't wait, like Logan said, for part 2 of this, because this has been great. I'm so grateful that we thought of doing this, because this was something that needed to be done, I think, for a while. So yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Kim, for getting him to join us like this, or talking to him to have him join us like this. I appreciate that very much. Again, thank you to all the mods in all 3 of these channels. You guys are amazing as always. We could not do this without you. That is a fact. Thank you to all of the amazing people in here that make these channels happen day after day. You are very much appreciated as always. You guys know better. We wouldn't exist without you guys. That's a fact. So thank you to all of you. Nothing but love and appreciation to you all. To make sure you guys tune in next Saturday. And if I'm correct, I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm not. I do believe same time, same place, same page. I think we're going to be joined by Miss Jules from Jules True Crime Reactions next Saturday, I believe.
Yeah.
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and all the other times. You guys know how that goes. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And I can't wait. So I should be out here tomorrow at some point in the early part of the day, and then tomorrow evening, I hope. I don't believe Kim is doing anything because it's her and Logan, I think, take Sundays off. So I don't think you guys will see them. It'll just be my ugly mug. That being yeah, there you go. So that being said, once again, everybody, I hope you have an amazing night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, please. But you know how we do this. So at this point,
the verdict is in.
See you. Bye.
I hope you all have an amazing rest of your night. Love you guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks for coming through to the verdict room where we're seeking truth. Yeah, we're seeking truth. Last 24, they rewind it. True crime heads go find it. Breaking every angle, every track. Bronx telling tales, keeps us on track. Typically unique, never act. Being real, being sharp, being exact. Exposing every secret in the dark. Every little timeline, every mark. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe scenes, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. Oh.
Crime scene chart, they erase that. Put the story back, then replace facts. Looking for the motive in the cracks. Red yarn on the board, then it snaps. Voices in my ear through the week till they hit play. Then we speak. Files on the table, case on the line. They don't just tell it, they define.
Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. And day goes cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. From the Bronx to the world, let it ring. Every missing little detail that they bring. Dropping that gavel when they're done with the beat. Thanks for tapping in. See you next week. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, looking for answers.